Solitaire, Alice Oseman. Dedication. For Emily Moore, who stuck by me from the beginning. Epigraph. And your defect is a propensity to hate everybody, and yours, he replied with a smile, is wilfully to misunderstand them. Pride and Prejudice, Jane Austen. Part 1. Elizabeth Bennet. Do you dance, Mr. Darcy? Mr. Darcy. Not if I can help it. Pride and Prejudice, 2005. 1. I am aware as I step into the common room that the majority of people here are almost dead, including me. I have been reliably informed that post-Christmas blues are entirely normal, and that we should expect to feel somewhat numb after the happiest time of the year. But I don't feel so different now to how I felt on Christmas Eve or on Christmas Day, or on any other day since the Christmas holiday started. I'm back now, and it's another year. Nothing is going to happen. I stand there. Becky and I look at each other.
Tori,
says Becky,
you look a little bit like you want to kill yourself.
She and the rest of our lot have sprawled themselves over a collection of swivel chairs around the common room computer desks. As it's the first day back, there has been a widespread hair and makeup effort across the entire sixth form, and I immediately feel inadequate. I deflate into a chair and nod philosophically. It's funny because it's true. She looks at me some more, but doesn't really look, and we laugh at something that wasn't funny. Becky then realizes that I'm in no mood to do anything, so she moves away. I lean into my arms and fall half asleep. My name is Victoria Spring. I think you should know that I make up a lot of stuff in my head and then get sad about it. I like to sleep, and I like to blog. I'm going to die someday. Rebecca Allen is probably my only real friend at the moment. She is also probably my best friend. I'm as yet unsure whether these two facts are related. In any case, Becky Allen is very pretty and has very long purple hair. It has come to my attention that if you have purple hair, people often look at you. If you are pretty with purple hair, people often stay looking at you, thus resulting in you becoming a widely recognized and outstandingly popular figure in adolescent society, the sort of figure that everyone claims to know, yet probably hasn't even spoken to. She has 2,098 friends on Facebook. Right now, Becky's talking to this other girl from our lot, Evelyn Foley. Evelyn is considered retro because she has messy hair and wears a necklace with a triangle on it.
The real question is, though,
says Evelyn,
is there sexual tension between Harry and Malfoy?
I'm not sure whether Becky genuinely likes Evelyn. Sometimes I think people only pretend to like each other.
Only in fan fictions, Evelyn,
says Becky.
Please keep your fantasies between yourself and your blog.
Evelyn laughs.
I'm just saying, Malfoy helps Harry in the end, right? He's a nice guy deep down, yeah? So why does he bully Harry for 7 years? Enormous, closet homosexual.
With each word she claps her hands together. It really doesn't emphasize her point.
It's a well-established fact that people tease people they fancy. The psychology here is unarguable.
Evelyn,
says Becky.
Firstly, I resent the fangirl idea that Draco Malfoy is some kind of beautifully tortured soul who is searching for redemption and understanding. Secondly, the only non-canon couple that is even worth discussion is Snilly.
Snilly?
Snape and Lily?
Evelyn appears to be deeply offended.
I can't believe you don't support Drarry when you ship Snape and Lily. I mean, at least Drarry is a realistic possibility.
She slowly shakes her head.
Like, obviously, Lily went for someone hot and hilarious like James Potter.
James Potter was a resplendent twat, especially to Lily. JK made that quite clear. And dude, if you don't like Snape by the end of the series, then you miss the entire concept of Harry Potter.
If Snilly had been a thing, there would have been no Harry Potter.
Without a Harry, Voldemort might not have, committed mass genocide.
Becky turns to me, and so does Evelyn. I deduce that I am under pressure to contribute something. I sit up. You're saying that because it's Harry's fault that all these muggles and wizards died, it would have been better if there had been no Harry Potter at all, and no books or films or anything. I get the impression that I've ruined this conversation, so I mumble an excuse and lift myself off my chair and hurry out to the common room door. Sometimes I hate people. This is probably very bad for my mental health. There are 2 grammar schools in our town. Harvey Green Grammar School for girls, or Hughs as it's popularly known, and Truham Grammar School for boys. Both schools, however, accept males and females into years 12 and 13, the two final years of school known countrywide as sixth form. So now that I'm in year 12, I've had to face the sudden influx of the male species. Boys at Hughs run par with mythical creatures, and having an actual, real boyfriend puts you at the height of the social hierarchy. But personally, thinking or talking too much about boy issues makes me want to shoot myself in the face. And even if I did care about that stuff, it's not like we get to show off thanks to our stunning school uniform. Usually, sixth formers do not have to wear uniforms. However, Hughs sixth form are forced to wear a hideous one. Grey is the theme, which is fitting for such a dull place. I arrive at my locker to find a pink post-it note on its door. On that, someone has drawn a left-pointing arrow, suggesting that I should, perhaps, look in that direction. Irritated, I turn my head to the left. There's another post-it note a few lockers along, and on the wall at the end of the corridor, another. People are walking past them, totally oblivious. What can I say? People aren't observant. People don't question stuff like this. They never think twice about déjà vu when there could be a glitch in the Matrix. They walk past tramps on the street without even glancing at their misfortune. They don't psychoanalyze the creators of slasher horrors when they're probably all psychopaths. I pluck the post-it from my locker and wander to the next. Sometimes I like to fill my days with little things that other people don't care about. It makes me feel like I'm doing something important, mainly because no one else is doing it. This is one of those times. The post-its stop popping up all over the place. Like I said, everyone is ignoring them. Instead, they're going on with their day and talking about boys and clothes and pointless stuff. Year 9s and 10s strut around in their rolled-up skirts and thigh-high socks over their tights. Year 9s and 10s always seem to be happy. It makes me hate them a bit. Then again, I hate quite a lot of things. The penultimate post-it I find picks an arrow pointing upward, or forward, and is situated on the door of a closed computer room on the second floor. Black fabric covers the door window. This particular computer room, C16, was closed last year for refurbishment, but it doesn't look like anyone's bothered getting started. It sort of makes me feel sad, to tell you the truth. But I open C16's door anyway, enter, and close it behind me. There's one long window stretching the length of the far wall, and the computers in here are bricks, solid cubes. Apparently, I've time-travelled to the 1990s. I find the final post-it note on the back wall, bearing a URL, solitaire.co.uk. In case you live under a rock, or are homeschooled, or are just an idiot, Solitaire is a card game played by yourself. It's what I used to spend my IT lessons doing, and it probably did a lot more for my intelligence than actually paying attention. It's then that someone opens the door.
Dear God, the age of the computers in here must be a criminal offence.
I turn slowly around. A boy stands in the doorway.
I can hear the haunting symphony of dial-up connection,
he says, eyes drifting, and after several long seconds he finally notices that he's not the only person in the room. He's a very ordinary-looking, not ugly, but not hot, miscellaneous boy. His most noticeable feature is a pair of large, thick-framed square glasses, the sort similar to those 3D cinema glasses that 12-year-olds pop the lenses out of and wear because they think it makes them look rad. God, I hate when people wear glasses like that. He's tall and has a side part. In one hand he holds a mug, in the other a piece of paper and his school planner. As he absorbs my face, his eyes flare up, and I swear to God they double in size. He leaps towards me like a pouncing lion, fiercely enough that I stumble backwards and fear that he might crush me completely. He leans forward so his face is inches from my own. Through my reflection in his ridiculously oversized spectacles, I notice that he has one blue eye and one green eye. Heterochromia. He grins violently.
Victoria Spring!
He cries, raising his arms in the air. I say and do nothing. I have a headache.
You are Victoria Spring,
he says. He holds the piece of paper up to my face. It's a photograph of me. Underneath, in tiny letters, Victoria Spring, 11A. It has been on display near the staff room. In Year 11, I was a form leader, mostly because no one else wanted to do it, so I got volunteered. All the form leaders had their pictures taken. Mine is awful. It's before I cut my hair, so I sort of look like the girl from The Ring. It's like I don't even have a face. I look into the blue eye. Did you tear that right off the display? He steps back a little, retreating from his invasion of my personal space. He's got this insane smile on his face.
I said I'd help someone look for you.
He taps his chin with his planner.
Blonde guy, skinny trousers, walking around like he didn't really know where he was.
I do not know any guys, and certainly not any blonde guys who wear skinny trousers. I shrug. How did you know I was in here? He shrugs too.
I didn't. I came in because of the arrow on the door. I thought it looked quite mysterious. And here you are. What a hilarious act of fate.
He takes a sip of his drink. I start to wonder if this boy has mental problems.
I've seen you before,
he says, still smiling. I find myself squinting at his face. Surely I must have seen him at some point in the corridor. Surely I would remember those hideous glasses. I don't think I've ever seen you before.
That's not surprising,
he says.
I'm in Year 13, so you wouldn't see me much. And I only joined your school last September. I did my Year 12 at Truro.
That explains it. 4 months isn't enough time for me to commit a face to memory.
So,
he says, tapping his mug.
What's going on here?
I step aside and point unenthusiastically to the post-it on the back wall. He reaches up and peels it off.
Solitaire.co.uk. Interesting. Okay. I'd say we could boot up one of these computers and check it out, but we'd probably both expire before Internet Explorer loaded. I bet you any money they all use Windows 95.
He sits down on one of the swivel chairs and stares out to the window at the suburban landscape. Everything is lit up like it's on fire. You can see right over the town and into the countryside. He notices me looking too.
It's like it's pulling you out, isn't it?
He says. He sighs to himself, like a girl.
I saw this old man on my way in this morning. He was sitting at a bus stop listening to an iPod, tapping his hands on his knees, looking at the sky. How often do you see that? An old man listening to an iPod. I wonder what he was listening to. You'd think it would be classical, but it could have been anything. I wonder if it was sad music.
He lifts up his feet and crosses them on top of the table.
I hope it wasn't.
Sad music is okay, I say. In moderation. He swivels around to me and straightens his tie.
You are definitely Victoria Spring, aren't you?
This should be a question, but he says it like he's already known for a long time. Tori, I say, intentionally monotone. My name is Tori. He laughs at me. It's a very loud, forced laugh.
Like Tori Amos?
No. Pause. No. Not like Tori Amos. He puts his hands in his blazer pockets. I fold my arms.
Have you been in here before?
He asks. No. He nods.
Interesting.
I widen my eyes and shake my head at him. What?
What?
What's interesting? I don't think I could sound less interested.
We both came looking for the same thing.
And what's that?
An answer.
I raise my eyebrows. He gazes at me through his glasses. The blue eye is so pale it's almost white. It's got an entire personality of its own.
Aren't mysteries fun?
He says.
Don't you wonder?
It's then that I realise that I probably don't. I realise that I could walk out of here and literally not give a crap about solitaire.co.uk or this annoying, loud-mouthed guy ever again. But because I want him to stop being so goddamn patronising, I swiftly remove my phone from my blazer pocket, type solitaire.co.uk into the internet address bar, and open up the web page. What appears almost makes me laugh. It's an empty blog. A troll blog, I guess. What a pointless day this is. I thrust the phone into his face. Mystery solved, Sherlock. At first he keeps on grinning, like I'm joking. But soon his eyes focus inward onto the phone screen. And in a kind of stunned disbelief, he removes the phone from my hand.
It's an empty blog,
he says. Not to me, but to himself. And suddenly, and I don't know how this happens, I feel deeply, deeply sorry for him. Because he looks so bloody sad. He shakes his head and hands my phone back to me. I don't really know what to do. He literally looks like someone's just died. Well, I shuffle my feet. I'm going to form now. My form tutor keeps marking me as late in the register, so...
No, wait.
He jumps up so we're facing each other. There is a significantly awkward pause. He studies me, squinting, then studies the photograph, then back to me, then back to the photo.
You cut your hair?
I bite my lip, holding back the sarcasm. Yes, I say sincerely. Yes, I cut my hair.
It was so long.
Yes, it was.
Why did you cut it?
I'd gone shopping by myself at the end of the summer holidays because there was so much crap I needed for sixth form and Mom and Dad were busy with all the Charlie stuff that was going on and I just wanted it out of the way. What I failed to remember was that I'm awful at shopping. My old school bag was ripped and dirty, so I trailed through the nice places, River Island and Zara and Urban Outfitters and Mango and accessories. But all the nice bags there were like £50, so that wasn't happening. Then I tried the cheaper places, New Look and Primark and H&M, but all the bags there were just tacky. I ended up going around all the shops selling bags 1 billion bloody times before having a slight breakdown on a bench by Costa Coffee in the middle of the shopping centre. I thought about starting year 12, and all the things that I needed to do, and all the new people that I might have to meet, and all the people I would have to talk to, and I caught a reflection of myself in a Waterstone window, and I realised that most of my face was covered up, and who in the name of God would want to talk to me like that? And I started to feel all this hair on my forehead and my cheeks, and how it plastered my shoulders and back, and I felt it creeping around me like worms, choking me to death. I felt myself start to breathe very fast, so I went straight into the nearest hairdresser and had it all cut to my shoulders and out of my face. The hairdresser didn't want to do it, but I was very insistent. I spent my school bag money on a haircut. I just wanted it shorter, I say. He steps closer. I shuffle backward.
You,
he says,
do not say anything you mean, do you?
I laugh. It's a pathetic sort of expulsion of air, but for me that qualifies as a laugh. Who are you? He freezes, leans back, opens out his arms as if he's the second coming of Christ, and announces in a deep and echoing voice,
My name is Michael Holden.
Michael Holden.
And who are you, Victoria Spring?
I can't think of anything to say, because that's what my answer would be, really. Nothing. I am a vacuum. I am void. I am nothing. Mr. Kent's voice blares abruptly from the loudspeaker. I turn around and look up at the speaker as his voice resonates down.
All sixth formers should make their way to the common room for a short sixth form meeting.
When I turn back around, the room is empty. I'm glued to the carpet. I open my hand and find the solitaire.co.uk post-it inside it. I don't know at what point the post-it made its way from Michael Holden's hand to my own, but there it is. And this, I suppose, is it. This is probably how it starts. 2. The large majority of teenagers who attend Hughs are soulless, conformist idiots. I have successfully integrated myself into a small group of girls who I consider to be good people. But sometimes I still feel that I might be the only person with a consciousness, like a video game protagonist, and everyone else is a computer-generated extra with only a select few actions such as initiate meaningless conversation and hug. The other thing about Hughs teenagers, and maybe most teenagers, is that they put very little effort into 90% of everything. I don't think that this is a bad thing, because there will be lots of time for effort later in our lives, and trying too hard at this point is a waste of energy that might otherwise be spent on lovely things, such as sleeping and eating and illegally downloading music. I don't really try hard to do anything. Neither do many other people. Walking into the common room and being greeted by 100 teenagers slumped over chairs, desks, and on the floor is not an unusual occurrence. It's like everyone's been gassed. Kent hasn't arrived yet. I head over to Becky and Orlott in the computer corner, who seem to be having a conversation about whether Michael Serra is actually attractive or not.
Tori? Tori? Tori?
Becky taps me repeatedly on the arm.
You can back me up on this. You've seen Juno, yeah? You think he's cute, right?
She slaps her hands against her cheeks and her eyes kind of roll backward.
Awkward boys are the hottest, aren't they?
I place my hands on her shoulders. Stay calm, Rebecca. Not everyone loves the Sarah like you do. She starts to babble on about Scott Pilgrim versus the world, but I'm not really listening. Michael Cera is not the Michael I'm thinking about. I somehow excuse myself from this discussion and begin to patrol the common room. Yes, that's right. I'm looking for Michael Holden. At this point, I'm not really sure why I'm looking for him. As I've probably already implied, I do not get interested in very many things, particularly people. But it irritates me when someone thinks they can start a conversation and then just get up and leave. It's rude, you know? I pass all the common room cliques. Cliques are a very High School Musical concept, but the reason they are so cliché is because they really do exist. In a predominantly all-girls school, you can pretty much expect each year to be divided into 3 main categories. 1. Loud, experienced girls who use fake IDs to get into clubs, wear lots of things they see on blogging sites, frequently pretend to starve themselves, enjoy a good bit of orange tan, socially or addictively smoke, are open to drugs, know a lot about the world. I very much disapprove of these people. 2. Strange girls who appear to have no real concept of dressing well or controlling their freakish behaviours. Examples being drawing on each other with whiteboard pens and being physically unable to wash their hair. Girls who somehow end up with boyfriends who are just as terrifying as they are. Girls who on average have a mental age at least 3 years younger than their physical age. These girls sadden me greatly, because I often feel that they could be very normal if they put in some effort. 3. So-called normal girls. Approximately half of these have steady, average boyfriends, are aware of fashion trends and popular culture, usually pleasant, some quiet, some loud, enjoy being with friends, enjoy a good party, enjoy shopping and movies, enjoy life. I'm not saying that everyone fits into one of these groups. I love that there are exceptions, because I hate that these groups exist. I mean, I don't know where I'd go. I suppose I'd be group 3, because that's definitely what our lot are. Then again, I don't feel very similar to anyone from our lot. I don't feel very similar to anyone at all. I circle the room 3 or 4 times before concluding that he's not here. Whatever. Maybe I just imagined Michael Holden. It's not like I care anyway. I go back to our lot's corner, slump onto the floor at Becky's feet and close my eyes. The common room door swings open as Mr. Kent, deputy head, strides into the crowd, followed by his usual posse. Miss Stresser, who is too young and too pretty to be any kind of teacher, and our head girl, Zelda Okuro. I'm not even joking. Her name really is that fantastic. Kent is a sharply angled sort of man, most often noted for his startling resemblance to Alan Rickman, and is probably the only teacher in this school to hold true intelligence. He is also my English teacher, and has been for over 5 years, so we actually know each other fairly well. That's probably a bit weird. We do have a headmistress, Miss Lemaire, who's widely rumoured to be a member of the French government, explaining why she never appears to be present in her own school.
I want some quiet,
says Kent, standing in front of an interactive whiteboard which hangs on the wall just below our school motto. Confortaminian, in, domino, et in potentia virtutis essis. The sea of grey uniforms turn to face him. For a few seconds, Kent says nothing. He does this a lot. Becky and I grin at each other and start counting the seconds. This is a game we play. I can't remember when it started, but every single time we're in assembly or a 6th form meeting or whatever, we count the length of his silences. Our record is 79 seconds. No joke. When we hit 12 and Kent opens his mouth to speak, music begins to play out of the loudspeaker. It's the Darth Vader theme from Star Wars. An instant uneasiness soars over the 6th form. People turn their heads widely from side to side, whispering, wondering why Kent would play music through the loudspeaker, and why Star Wars. Perhaps Kent is going to start lecturing us on communicating with clarity or persistence or empathy and understanding, or skills of interdependence, which are what most of the sixth form meetings are about. Perhaps he's trying to make a point about the importance of leadership. Only when the pictures begin to appear on the screen behind him do we realise what is, in fact, going on. First, it's Kent's face photoshopped into Yoda's. Then it's Kent as Jabba the Hutt. Then it's Princess Kent in a golden bikini. The entire sixth form burst into uncontrollable laughter. The real Kent, stern-faced but keeping his cool, marches out of the room. As soon as Strasser similarly disappears, people begin to tear from group to group, reliving the look in Kent's eyes when his face appeared on Natalie Portman's, complete with white Photoshop face paint and an extravagant hairdo. I have to admit, it's kind of funny. After Kent Darth Maul leaves the screen, and as the orchestral masterpiece draws up to its climax through the speakers above our heads, the interactive whiteboard displays the following words: solitaire.co.uk. Becky brings the site up on a computer and our lot cluster around to have a good look. The troll blog has one post now, uploaded 2 minutes ago, a photo of Kent staring in passive anger at the board. We all start talking. Well, everyone else does. I just sit there.
Some kids probably thought it was clever,
Snorts Becky.
They probably came up with it on their blogs and thought they'd take pictures to prove to their hipster friends how hilarious and rebellious they are.
Well, yeah, it is clever,
says Evelyn, her long-established superiority complex making its regular appearance.
It's standing up to the man.
I shake my head, because nothing is clever about it, apart from the skills of the person who managed to morph Kent's face into Yoda's. That is Photoshop talent. Lauren is grinning widely. Lauren Rumley is a social smoker and has a mouth slightly too large for her face.
I can see the Facebook statuses already. It has probably broken my Twitter feed.
I need a photo of this on my blog,
continues Evelyn.
I could do with a couple thousand more followers.
Go away, Evelyn,
snorts Lauren.
You're already internet famous.
This makes me laugh. Just post another photo of your legs, Evelyn, I say quietly. They already get reblogged like 20,000 times. Only Becky hears me. She grins at me, and I grin back, which is sort of nice because I rarely think of funny things to say. And that's it. That's pretty much all we say about it. 10 minutes and it's forgotten. To tell you the truth, though, this prank has made me feel kind of weird. The fact of the matter is that Star Wars was actually a major obsession of mine when I was a kid. I guess I haven't watched any of the films for a few years now, but hearing that music brings back something. I don't know what. Some feeling in my chest. Ugh. I'm getting sentimental. I bet whoever did this is really pleased with themselves. It kind of makes me hate them. 5 minutes later, I've just about dozed off, my head on the computer desk and my arms barricading my face from all forms of social interaction, when someone pats me on the shoulder. I jerk upward and gaze blurrily in the direction of the pat. Becky's looking at me oddly, purple strands cascading around her. She blinks. What? I ask. She points behind her, so I look. A guy is standing there, nervous, face in a sort of grinning grimace. I realize what's going on, but my brain doesn't quite accept that this is possible, so I open my mouth and close it 3 times before coming up with, Jesus Christ. The guy steps towards me.
Victoria.
Excluding my new acquaintance, Michael Holden, only 2 people in my life have ever called me Victoria. One is Charlie, and the other is Lucas Ryan, I say. I once knew a boy named Lucas Ryan. He cried a lot but liked Pokemon just as much as I did, so I guess that made us friends. He once told me that he would like to live inside a giant bubble when he grew up, because he could fly everywhere and see everything. I told him that would make a terrible house, because bubbles are always empty inside. He gave me a Batman keyring for my 8th birthday, a How to Draw Manga book for my 9th birthday, Pokemon cards for my 10th birthday, and a t-shirt with a tiger on it for my 11th. I sort of have to do a double take, because his face is now an entirely different shape. He'd always been smaller than me, but now he's at least a whole head taller and his voice, obviously, has broken. I start to look for things that are the same as 11-year-old Lucas Ryan, but all I've got to go on is his dull blonde hair, skinny limbs, and awkward expression. Also, He is the blonde guy in skinny trousers. Jesus Christ, I repeat. Hi! He smiles and laughs. I remember that laugh. It's all in the chest. A chest laugh.
Hi.
He says and smiles some more. A nice smile. A calm smile. I automatically leap to my feet and look him up and down. It's actually him. It's actually you, I say, and I have to physically restrain myself from reaching out and patting him on the shoulders, just to check he's really there and all. He laughs again. His eyes go all squinty.
It's actually me.
What? How? Why? He starts to look kind of embarrassed. I remember him being like that.
I left Shroom at the end of last term,
he says.
I knew you went here, so...
He fiddles with his collar. He used to do that too.
I thought I'd try to find you, seeing as I don't have any friends here. So, yes, hello.
I think you should be aware that I have never been very good at making friends, and primary school was no different. I acquired only one friend during those 7 years of mortifying social rejection. Yet while my primary school days are not days that I would choose to relive, there was one good thing that probably kept me going, and that was the quiet friendship of Lucas Ryan.
Wow.
Becky, unable to keep away from potential gossip, intervenes.
How do you two know each other?
Now, I am a fairly awkward person, but Lucas really takes the biscuit. He turns to Becky and goes red again, and I almost feel embarrassed for him. Primary school, I say. We were best friends. Becky's shaped eyebrows soar.
No way!
She looks at both of us once more before focusing on Lucas.
Well, I guess I'm your replacement. I'm Becky.
She gestures around her.
Welcome to the land of oppression.
Lucas, in a mouse voice, manages.
I'm Lucas.
He turns back to me.
We should catch up.
He says. Is this what friendship reborn feels like? Yes, I say. The shock is draining my vocabulary. Yes. People have started to give up on the sixth form meeting, as it's the start of period 1 and no teachers have returned. Lucas nods at me.
I don't really want to be late to my first lesson or anything. This whole day is going to be kind of embarrassing as it is, but I'll talk to you sometime soon, yeah? I'll find you on Facebook.
Becky stares in relatively severe disbelief as Lucas wanders away and grabs me firmly on the shoulders.
Tori just talked to a boy. No, Tori just held a conversation by herself. I think I'm going to cry.
There, I pat her on the shoulder. Be strong, you'll get through this.
I'm extremely proud of you. I feel like a proud mum.
I snort. I can hold a conversation by myself. What do you call this?
I am the only exception. With everyone else, you're about as sociable as a cardboard box.
Maybe I am a cardboard box. We both laugh. It's funny. Because it's true. I say, and we laugh again. On the outside, at least. Ha, ha, ha. Three. The first thing I do when I get home from school is collapse onto my bed and turn on my laptop. This happens every single day. If I'm not at school, you can guarantee that my laptop will be somewhere within a 2-meter radius of my heart. My laptop is my soulmate. Over the past few months, I've come to realize that I'm far more of a blog than an actual person. I don't know when this blogging thing started, and I don't know when or why I signed up to this website, but I can't seem to remember what I did before, and I don't know what I'd do if I deleted it. I severely regret starting this blog. I really do. It's pretty embarrassing. But the only place where I ever find people who are sort of like me is on these blogs. People talk about themselves here in ways that people don't in real life. If I delete it, I think I'll probably be completely alone. I don't blog to get more blog followers or whatever. I'm not Evelyn. It's just that it's not socially acceptable to say depressing stuff out loud in the real world because people think that you're attention-seeking. I hate that. So what I'm saying is that it's nice to be able to say whatever I want, even if it is only on the internet. After waiting 100 billion years for my internet to load, I spend a good while on my blog. There are a couple of cheesy anonymous messages. A few of my followers get all worked up about some of the pathetic stuff I post. Then I check Facebook. 2 notifications. Lucas and Michael have sent friend request. I accept both. Then I check my email. No emails. And then I check the Solitaire blog again. It's still got the photo of Kent looking hilariously passive. But apart from that, the only addition to the blog is the title. It now reads, Solitaire. Patience kills. I don't know what these solitaire people are trying to do, but Patience Kills is the stupidest imitation of some James Bond film title that I've ever heard. It sounds like an online betting website. I take the solitaire.co.uk post-it out of my pocket and place it precisely in the centre of the only empty wall in my room. I think about what happened today with Lucas Ryan, and for a brief moment, I feel kind of hopeful again. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know why I bothered with this. I don't even know why I followed those post-its into that computer room. I don't know why I do anything for God's sake. Eventually, I find the will to get up and plod downstairs to get a drink. Mum's in the kitchen on the computer. She's very much like me if you think about it. She's in love with Microsoft Excel the way I'm in love with Google Chrome. She asks me how my day was, and I just shrug and say that it was fine, because I'm fairly sure that she doesn't care what my answer is. It's because we're so similar that we stop talking to each other so much. When we do talk, we either struggle to find things to say, or we just get angry. So apparently, we've reached a mutual agreement that there's really no point in trying anymore. I'm not too bothered. My dad's quite chatty, even if everything he says is extraordinarily irrelevant to my life. And I've still got Charlie. The house phone rings.
Get that, would you?
Says Mom. I hate the phone. It is the worst invention in the history of the world, because if you don't talk, nothing happens. You can't get by with simply listening and nodding your head in all the right places. You have to talk. You have no option. It takes away my freedom of non-speech. I pick it up anyway, because I'm not a horrible daughter. Hello? I say.
Tori, it's me.
It's Becky.
Why the hell are you answering the phone?
I decided to rethink my attitude towards life and become an entirely different person.
Say again?
Why are you calling me? You never call me.
I need to talk to you, urgently.
There is a pause. I expect her to continue, but she seems to be waiting for me to speak. Okay?
It's Jack.
Ah. Becky is cold about her almost boyfriend Jack. She does this to me very often. Not call me, I mean. Ramble at me about her various almost boyfriends. While Becky is talking, I put mms and yes and oh my gods where they need to be. Her voice fades a little as I drift away and picture myself as her. As a lovely, happy, hilarious girl who gets invited to at least 2 parties a week and can start up a conversation within 2 seconds. I picture myself entering a party. Throbbing music, everyone with a bottle in their hand. Somehow there's a crowd around me. I'm laughing. I'm the centre of attention. Eyes light up in admiration as I tell another of my hysterically embarrassing stories. Perhaps a drunk story, or an ex-boyfriend story, or simply a time that I did something remarkable. And everyone wonders how I managed to have such an eccentric, adventurous, carefree adolescence. Everyone hugs me. Everyone wants to know what I've been up to. When I dance, people dance. When I sit down, ready to tell secrets, people form a circle. When I leave, the party fades away and dies like a forgotten dream.
You can guess what I'm talking about,
she says. I really can't.
A few weeks ago, God, I should have told you this. We had sex.
I sort of freeze up because this takes me by surprise. Then I realize that this has been coming for a long time. I'd always kind of respected Becky for being a virgin, which is kind of pretentious if you think about it. I mean, we're all at least 16 now, and Becky's nearly 17. It's fine if you want to have sex, I don't care, it's not a crime. But the fact that we were both virgins, I don't know. I guess it made us equal in a twisted way. And now, here I am. Second place in something else. Well, there is literally nothing I can say about this. Okay.
You're judging me. You think I'm a slut.
I don't.
I can tell. You're using your judgmenty voice.
I'm not! There's a pause. What do you say to something like that? Well done? Good job? She starts explaining how Jack has this friend who would supposedly be perfect for me. I think that this is unlikely unless he's entirely mute, blind, or deaf. Or all three. Once I get off the phone, I sort of stand there in the kitchen, Mom still clicking away at the computer, and I start to feel, again, like this whole day has been pointless. An image of Michael Holden appears in my head, and then an image of Lucas Ryan, and then an image of the Solitaire blog. I decide that I need to talk to my brother. I pour myself some diet lemonade and leave the kitchen. My brother, Charles Spring, is 15 years old and a year 11 at Troom Grammar. In my opinion, he is the nicest person in the history of the universe. And I know that nice is a kind of meaningless word. But that's what makes it so powerful. It's very hard to simply be a nice person, because there are a lot of things that can get in the way. When he was little, he refused to throw out any of his possessions because to him, they were all special. Every baby book, every outgrown t-shirt, every useless board game. He kept them all in sky-high piles in his room because everything supposedly had some kind of meaning. When I asked about a particular item, he'd tell me how he found it at the beach, or how it was a hand-me-down from our Nan, or how he bought it when he was 6 at London Zoo. Mum and Dad got rid of most of that rubbish when he got ill last year. I guess he sort of got obsessed with it, and he got obsessed with a whole load of other things too, mainly food and collecting things, and it really started to tear him apart. But that's all over now. He's better, but he's still the same kid who thinks everything is special. That's the sort of guy Charlie is. In the living room, it is extremely unclear what Charlie, his boyfriend Nick, and my other brother Oliver are doing. They've got these cardboard boxes, and I mean there's like 50 of them, piled up all over the room. Oliver, who is 7 years old, appears to be directing the operation, as Nick and Charlie build up the boxes to make some kind of shed-sized sculpture. The piles of boxes reach the ceiling. Oliver has to stand on the sofa to be able to oversee the entire structure. Eventually, Charlie walks around the small cardboard building and notices me staring in from the doorway.
Victoria!
I blink at him. Shall I bother asking? He gives me this look as if I should know exactly what is going on.
We're building a tractor for Oliver.
I nod. Of course, yes, that's very clear. Nick appears. Nick Nelson, a year 12 like me, is one of those laddish lads who actually is into all those stereotypical things like rugby and beer and swearing and all that. But he also has the most successful combination of name and surname I've ever heard, which makes it impossible for me to dislike him. I can't really remember when Nick and Charlie became Nick and Charlie, but Nick is the only one who visited Charlie when he was ill, so in my book, he's definitely all right.
Tori!
He nods at me, very seriously indeed.
Good. We need more free labour.
Tori, can you get the scotch tape?
Oliver calls down, except he says thotch tape instead of scotch tape because he recently lost 2 front teeth. I pass Oliver the thotch tape, then point toward the boxes and ask Charlie, "Where did you get all of these?" Charlie just shrugs and walks away, saying,
They're Oliver's, not mine.
So that's how I end up building a cardboard tractor in our living room. When we're finished, Charlie, Nick and I sit inside it to admire our work. Oliver goes around the tractor with a marker pen, drawing on the wheels, the mud stains and the machine guns, in case the cows join the dark side. It's sort of peaceful, to be honest. Every box has a big black arrow printed on it pointing upward. Charlie is telling me about his day. He loves telling me about his day.
Saunders asked us who our favourite musicians were, and I said Muse, and 3 people asked me if I liked them because of Twilight. Apparently no one believes that it is possible to have an original interest.
I frown. I would like to meet a boy who has actually seen Twilight. Do you not both live in the realm of the FA Cup and Family Guy? Nick sighs.
Tori, you're generalising again.
Charlie rolls his head through the air toward him.
Nicholas, You mainly watch the FA Cup and Family Guy, let's be honest.
Sometimes I watch Six Nations.
We all chuckle, and then there's a short, unawkward silence in which I lie down and look up at the cardboard ceiling. I start to tell them about today's prank, and that leads me to thinking about Lucas and Michael Holden. I met Lucas Ryan again today, I say. I don't mind telling this sort of stuff to Nick and Charlie. He joined our school. Nick and Charlie blink at the same time.
Lucas Ryan? As in primary school Lucas Ryan?
Charlie frowns.
Lucas Ryan left Truham?
Nick frowns too.
Balls. I was going to copy off him in our psychology mock.
I nod to both of them. It was good to see him, you know. Because we can be friends again, I guess. He was always so nice to me. They both nod back. It's a knowing sort of nod. I also met some guy called Michael Holden. Nick, who had been in the middle of taking a sip of tea, chokes into his cup. Charlie grins widely and starts to giggle. What? Do you know him? Nick recovers enough to speak, though still coughs every few words.
Michael fucking Holden? Shit. He'll go down in Truham legend.
Charlie lowers his head but keeps his eyes on me.
Don't become friends with him. He's probably insane. Everyone avoided him at Truham because he's mentally disturbed.
Patting Charlie on the knee, Nick says,
Then again, I made friends with a mental person, and that turned out pretty spectacular.
Charlie snorts and slaps away Nick's hand.
Do you remember when he tried to get everyone to do a flash mob for the Year 11 prank?
Says Nick.
And in the end, he just did it by himself on the lunch tables?
What about when he gave a speech on the injustice of authority for his Year 12 prefect speech?
Says Charlie.
Just because he got detentions for having that argument with Mr. Yates during his mock exams.
Both he and Nick laugh heartily. This confirms my suspicion that Michael Holden is not the sort of person with whom I would like to be friends. Ever. Charlie looks up at Nick.
He's gay, isn't he? I heard he's gay.
Nick shrugs.
Well, I heard he figure skates, so it's not entirely impossible.
Charlie frowns.
I thought we knew all the Truham gays.
They pause and both look at me.
Listen,
says Nick, gesturing sincerely to me with one hand.
Lucas Ryan's a cool guy, but there's something wrong with Michael Holden. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he was behind that prank.
The thing is, I don't think that Nick is right. I don't have any evidence to support this. I'm not even sure why I think this. Maybe it was something about the way Michael Holden spoke. Like he believed everything he said. Maybe it was how sad he was when I showed him the empty Solitaire blog. Or maybe it was something else. Something that doesn't make sense. Like the colour of his eyes, or his ridiculous side part, or how he managed to get that post-it note into my hand when I can't even remember our skin touching. Maybe it's just because he's too wrong. As I'm thinking this, Oliver enters the tractor and sits down on my lap. I pat him affectionately on the head and give him what's left of my diet lemonade, because Mom doesn't let him drink it. I don't know, I say. To be honest, I bet it was just some twat with a blog. 4. I'm late because Mom thought I said 8. I said 7:30. How can you confuse 8 with 7:30?
Whose birthday is it?
She asks while we're in the car. No one's, we're just meeting up.
Do you have enough money? I can sub you.
I've got £15.
Will Becky be there?
Yep.
And Lauren and Evelyn?
Probably. When I speak to my parents, I don't actually sound very grumpy. I'm usually quite cheerful sounding when I talk. I'm good at that. It's Tuesday. Evelyn's organised some start-of-term thing at Pizza Express. I don't really want to go, but I think it's important to make an effort, social convention and all. I say hello to the people who notice my entrance and sit at the end of the table. I nearly die when I realise that Lucas is here. I know already that I'm going to find it difficult to think of things to say to him. I successfully avoided him for the rest of yesterday and all of today for this exact reason. Obviously, Evelyn, Lauren, and Becky took the opportunity to make him the boy of our group. Having a boy in your social group is the equivalent of having a house with a pool, or a designer shirt with the logo on it, or a Ferrari. It just makes you more important. A waiter hurries over to me, so I order a diet lemonade and stare down the long table. All the people are chatting and laughing and smiling, and it sort of makes me feel a bit sad, like I'm watching them through a dirty window.
Yeah, but most of the girls who moved to Trueham only moved because they want to be around boys all the time.
Becky, seated next to me, is talking at Lucas, who is seated across from us.
So many attention whores.
To be fair,
He says.
Troom girls are basically worshipped.
Lucas catches my eye and smiles his awkward smile. He's got this hilarious Hawaiian shirt on, the tight fit kind with the collar done upright and the sleeves slightly rolled. He doesn't look as embarrassed as yesterday. In fact, he looks fashionable. I didn't think he would be that sort of guy. A sort of guy who wears Hawaiian shirts. A hipster sort of guy. I make the deduction that he definitely has a blog.
Only because boys at all boys' schools are sexually deprived,
Says Evelyn, who is next to Lucas, waving her arms around to emphasize her point.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Single-sex schools damage humanity. The number of girls in our school who are sexually clueless because they haven't spoken to any boys.
It's way out of control, man.
Concludes Lauren, who is on the other side of Evelyn.
I love the Trueham girls' uniform.
Says Becky.
They all look so good in that tie.
She gestures abstractly to her neck.
Like, thin stripes look way nicer than thick stripes.
It's not real life.
Says Lucas, nodding and nodding.
In real life, there are boys and there are girls. Not just one or the other.
But that tie.
Says Becky.
I mean, I can't even.
They all nod and start talking about something else. I continue to do what I do best. Watch. There is a boy seated next to Lauren. He's talking to the girls at the opposite end of the table. His name is Ben Hope. Ben Hope is the guy at Higgs, and by the guy, I mean that one boy in the sixth form who every single girl in the entire school has a crush on. There is always one. Tall and slim-built, skinny trousers and tight shirts. He usually straightens his dark brown hair, and I swear to God it defies gravity because it swishes in a kind of organized vortex. But when he doesn't straighten it, it's all curly and he just looks so cute you want to die. He always appears to be serene. He skateboards. I personally do not fancy him. I'm just trying to express his perfection. I actually think that a lot of people are very beautiful, and maybe even more beautiful when they're not aware of it themselves. In the end, though, being beautiful doesn't do much for you as a person apart from raise your ego and give you an increased sense of vanity. Ben Hope notices me staring. I need to control my staring. Lucas is talking at me. I think that he's trying to involve me in this conversation, which is kind of nice, but also irritating and unnecessary.
Tori, do you like Bruno Mars?
What? He hesitates, so Becky steps in.
Tori, Bruno Mars. Come on, he's fabulous, right?
What?
The song that is playing. Do you like it?
I hadn't even registered that music was playing in this restaurant. It's Grenade by Bruno Mars. I quickly analysed the song. I think it's unlikely anyone would want to catch a grenade for anyone else, or jump in front of a train for someone else. That's very counterproductive. Then quieter so no one hears. If you wanted to do either of those things, it would be for yourself. Lauren smacks her hand on the table.
Exactly what I said.
Becky laughs at me and says,
You just don't like it because it's top 40.
Evelyn steps up. Dissing anything mainstream is her personal area of expertise.
Chart music,
She says,
is filled with auto-tune girls who only get famous because they wear tight shorts and bandeau tops, and rappers who can't do anything except talk quickly.
If I'm completely honest, I don't even like music that much. I just like individual songs. I find one song that I really love, and then I listen to it about 20 billion times until I hate it and have ruined it for myself. At the moment, it's Message in a Bottle by The Police, and by Sunday, I will never want to listen to it again. I'm an idiot.
If it's so crap, then why does it make it into the charts?
Asks Becky. Evelyn runs a hand through her hair.
Because we live in a commercialized world where everyone buys music just because someone else has.
It's right after she finishes saying this that I realise silence has swept over our table. I turn around and experience minor heart failure. Michael Holden has swooped into the restaurant. I know immediately that he's coming for me. He's grinning like a menace, eyes locked on this end of the table. All heads turn as he pulls over a chair and makes himself comfortable at the head of the table between me and Lucas. Everyone sort of stares, then murmurs, then shrugs, and then gets on with eating, assuming that he must have been invited by someone else. Except me, Becky, Lucas, Lauren, and Evelyn.
I need to tell you something,
he says to me, eyes on fire.
I absolutely need to tell you something.
Lauren speaks up.
You go to our school.
Michael actually holds out a hand for Lauren to shake. I find myself genuinely unable to tell whether he's being sarcastic or not.
Michael Holden, Year 13. Nice to meet you.
Lauren Ramilli, Year 12.
Lauren, bemused, takes the hand and shakes it.
Nice to meet you too.
No offense,
says Evelyn.
but why are you here?
Michael stares at her intently until she realizes that she needs to introduce herself.
I'm Evelyn Foley,
she says. Michael shrugs.
Are you? You sound uncertain.
Evelyn does not like to be teased. He winks at her.
I needed to talk to Tori.
There is a long and grating silence before Becky says,
And, how do you know Tori?
Tori and I happened to meet in the midst of our solitaire investigations.
Her head tilts to one side. She looks at me.
You've been investigating?
No, I say.
Then...
I just followed this trail of post-it notes.
What?
I followed a trail of post-it notes. They led me to the Solitaire blog.
Ah, that's cool.
I love Becky, but sometimes she acts like such a bimbo. It really pisses me off. Because she got into grammar school, for Christ's sake. She got 10 A grades at GCSE. Meanwhile, Michael is helping himself to our leftover starters. With his free hand, he points ambiguously toward Becky.
Are you Becky Allen?
Becky slowly turns to Michael.
Are you psychic?
Just a fairly capable Facebook stalker. You're all lucky I'm not a serial killer.
His finger, still flexed, gravitates toward Lucas.
And Lucas Ryan. We've met already.
He smiles at him so forcefully that it comes across as patronizing.
I should thank you. You're the one who led me to this girl.
Lucas nods.
I like your shirt,
says Michael, eyes glazing slightly.
Thanks,
says Lucas, definitely not meaning it. I start to wonder whether Lucas knew Michael at Troom. Judging by Nick and Charlie's reaction, he probably did. Maybe he doesn't really want to associate with Michael Holden. It almost makes me feel sorry for Michael Holden, for a second time. Michael looks past Becky.
And what's your name?
For a moment, I don't quite realize who he's talking to. Then I see Rita. She pokes her head around from Becky's other side.
Rita. Rita Simputa.
She laughs. I'm not sure why she laughs, but she does anyway. Rita is probably the only other girl with whom I'm civil, besides Becky and Lauren and Evelyn. She hangs around with Lauren, but you tend not to notice her. She is the only girl I know who can pull off a pixie crop. Michael lights up like it's Christmas morning.
Rita, that is a fantastic name. Lovely Rita.
By the time I realise that he is referring to the Beatles song, the conversation has already moved on. It's surprising I even recognise it. I hate the Beatles.
So, you and Tori just met and started talking?
Asks Becky.
That seems sort of unlikely.
Funny because it's true.
Yes,
says Michael.
Unlikely, yes, but that is what happened.
Once again he looks into my face, casually blanking the entire group. I cannot articulate how uncomfortable I feel right now. This is worse than drama GCSE.
Anyway, Tori, there's something I want to tell you.
I blink, sitting on my hands. Lauren and Becky and Evelyn and Lucas and Rita are listening intently. Michael glances at each face over his large glasses.
But I can't remember what it was.
Lucas sneers.
You tracked her all the way down to this restaurant to tell us something, and now you can't even remember what it is?
This time Michael detects Lucas's tone.
Excuse me for having a memory like a sieve. I feel I deserve credit for making the effort to come here.
Why couldn't you just send her a message on Facebook?
Facebook is for trivialities, such as what takeaways people are having, and how many lols they had the night before with their gals.
Lucas shakes his head.
I just don't get why you'd actually come down here and then forget. You wouldn't forget if it was something important.
On the contrary, you'd probably be more likely to forget the most important things of all.
Becky interjects.
So are you and Tori friends now?
Michael continues to contemplate Lucas before addressing Becky.
That is a fantastic question.
Then he faces me.
What do you think? Are we friends now?
I genuinely can't think of an answer, because the answer, in my opinion, is definitely not yes, but it's definitely not no either. How can we be friends if you don't know anything about me? I say. He taps his chin thoughtfully.
Let's see. I know that your name is Victoria Spring. You are in year 12. Your Facebook indicates that you were born on April 5th. You are an introvert with a pessimist complex. You're wearing pretty plain clothes, jumper, jeans. You don't like embellishments and fuss. You don't care about dressing up for people. You'll have ordered a margarita pizza. You're a picky eater. You rarely update your Facebook. You don't care for social activities. But you followed the post-it trail yesterday, just like I did. You're curious.
He leans in.
You like to act as if you care about nothing. And if you carry on like that, then you're going to drown in the abyss you have imagined for yourself.
He stops. His smile vanishes, leaving only its ghost.
Jesus, mate, you're a stalker.
Lauren attempts a laugh, but no one else joins in.
No,
Michael says.
I just pay attention.
It's like you're in love with her or something,
says Evelyn. Michael smiles a knowing smile.
I suppose it's a bit like that.
You're gay though, aren't you?
Says Lauren, forever unafraid to say what other people are thinking.
Like, I heard that you're gay.
Oh, you've heard about me.
He sits back.
Intriguing.
Are you, though?
Asks Lucas, trying unsuccessfully to sound casual. Michael waves a hand about.
Some people say that.
Then he grins and points a finger at him.
You never know. It might be you I'm in love with.
Lucas immediately colours.
You're gay!
Squeaks Becky.
Tori has a gay best friend! I am jealous!
Sometimes I'm embarrassed to be friends with Becky. I need to pee, I say, even though I don't. And I leave the table and find myself in the restaurant bathroom, staring at myself in the mirror while Pink is telling me to raise my glass. I stay there for too long. Older ladies shoot me discerning looks as they waddle in and out of the stalls. I don't know what I'm doing, really. I just keep thinking about what Michael said, drowning in my abyss. I don't know. Why does it matter? Why does it bother me? Jesus Christ, why did I bother coming out tonight? I continue to stare at myself in the mirror, and I imagine a voice reminding me to be funny and chatty and happy like normal people. As the voice reminds me, I start to feel a bit more positive about stuff, even though any residual enthusiasm for seeing Lucas again has drained away. I think it's because of that Hawaiian shirt. I go back into the restaurant. 5.
That was one hell of a pee,
says Michael as I sit down. He's still here. Part of me was hoping he wouldn't be. You sound impressed, I say.
I am, actually.
Becky, Evelyn and Lauren are now talking across the table to some girls from our year who I don't really know. Lucas smiles briefly at me. Rita's laughing and smiling, mainly at Lauren. They're discussing a girl we used to know who moved to Troon for sixth form because she said that she preferred boys to girls, and now she's organising parties where everyone takes acid and rolls around on the floor. So you're gay? I ask. He blinks.
Wow, this is quite a big deal to you guys.
It's not a big deal. I don't really care at all. Do you find boys attractive? I ask with a shrug. Or girls? That's one way to check, if you're not sure. He raises his eyebrows.
You think I'm not sure?
I shrug again. I don't care. I do not care.
Everyone's attractive, to be honest.
He continues.
Even if it's just something small, like some people have really beautiful hands. I don't know. I'm a little bit in love with everyone I meet, but I think that's normal.
So you're bisexual? He smiles and leans forward.
You love all these words, don't you? Gay, bisexual, attractive, unattractive.
No, I interrupt. No, I hate them.
Then why label people?
I tilt my head. Because that's life. Without organisation, we descend into chaos. Staring amusedly, he stretches back again into the chair. I can't believe I just used the word descend.
Well, if you care so much, what are you?
He asks. What?
What are you? Gay, straight, All around horny? What?
Straight?
And are you sure you're straight? Have you ever liked a boy before?
I actually haven't. Ever. This is because I have a very low opinion of most people. I look down. All right then. I'll let you know if I fall in love with a girl any time soon. Michael's eyes twinkle, but he doesn't comment. I hope I haven't come across as a homophobe. Are you going to remember what you came to tell me? I ask. He strokes his sharply parted hair.
Maybe. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
Soon after that, everyone declares that they're leaving. I accidentally spent £16, so Lucas insists on giving me the extra £1, which I guess is pretty nice of him. Once we're all standing outside the restaurant, he starts chatting earnestly with Evelyn. Most of the people here are heading to Lauren's house for a big sleepover thing or whatever. They're all going to get drunk and stuff, even though it's a Tuesday. Becky explains that she didn't invite me because she knew that I definitely wouldn't want to come. It's funny because it's true. And Ben Hope overhears her and gives me this kind of pitying look. Becky smiles at him. The pair momentarily join in feeling sorry for me. I decide that I'm going to walk home. Michael decides that he's coming with me, and I don't really know how to stop him, so I guess this is happening. We've been moving in silence through the high street. It is all Victorian and brown, and the cobblestone road is sort of curved like we're in the bottom of a trench. A man in a suit hurries past, and he's asking someone on the phone, "Do you feel anything yet?" I ask Michael why he is walking home with me.
Because I live this way? This world does not revolve around you, Victoria Spring.
He's being sarcastic, but I still feel kind of put out. Victoria. I shudder.
Huh?
Please don't call me Victoria.
Why's that?
It makes me think of Queen Victoria, the one who wore black all her life because her husband died, and Victoria Spring sounds like a brand of bottled water. Wind is picking up around us.
I don't like my name either,
he says. I instantly think of all the people I dislike named Michael. Michael Bublé, Michael McIntyre, Michael Jackson.
Michael means who resembles God,
he says.
And I think that if God could choose to resemble any human being...
He stops then, right in the street, looking at me. Just looking. Through the panes of his glasses, through the blue and green, through depths and expanses, bleeding 1 billion incomprehensible thoughts.
He wouldn't choose me.
We continue to walk. Imagine if I had been given some biblical name like Abigail or Charity or, I don't know, Eve for God's sake. I'm very critical of religion, and it probably means that I'm going to hell. If it even exists, which, let's be honest, it probably doesn't. That doesn't bother me very much, because whatever happens in hell can't be much worse than what happens here. Well, I say, I support the Labour Party, but people call me Tori, like the Tories, if that makes you feel any better. He doesn't say anything, but I'm too busy looking at the pale brown cobblestone to see if he's looking at me. After a few moments...
You support the Labour Party?
I realise then that I'm freezing. I'd forgotten it was the middle of winter, and all I've got is this shirt and jumper and thin jeans. I regret not calling Mum, but I hate bothering her because she always does this sighing thing where she's all like, No, it's perfectly fine, I'm not bothered. But I can tell that she is most definitely bothered. Silence and a faint smell of Indian takeaway continue all the way up the high street, and then we take a right onto the main town road where the 3-story houses are. My house is one of these. 2 girls walk past in gargantuan heels and dresses so tight that their skin is spilling out, and one of them says to the other, "Wait, who the fuck is Lewis Carroll?" And in my imagination, I pull a gun out of my pocket, shoot both of them, and then shoot myself. I stop when I get to my house. It's darker than the others because the lamp-post closest to it is not working. "This is where I live," I say, and start to walk off.
Wait.
He says. I turn back around.
Can I ask you something?
I cannot resist a sarcastic comment. You just did, but please continue.
Can we really not be friends?
You sound like an 8-year-old girl trying to win back her best friend after she accidentally insulted her new school shoes and got herself disinvited from her birthday party. He's wearing only a t-shirt and jeans too. How are you not freezing? I say.
Please, Tori, why don't you want to be friends with me?
It's like he's desperate. Why do you want to be friends with me? I shake my head. We're not in the same year. We're not similar in any way whatsoever. I literally do not understand why you even care about... I stopped then, because I was about to say me, but I realized midway through that that would be a truly horrific sentence. He looks down.
I don't think that I understand either.
I'm just standing there, staring.
You know, it's said that extreme communism and extreme capitalism are actually very similar.
He says. Are you high? I say. He shakes his head and laughs.
I remember what I was going to tell you, you know.
He says. You do?
I remembered it the whole time. I just didn't want everyone else to hear it, because it's not their business.
Then why did you come and find me at a busy restaurant? Why not just find me at school? For a second, he genuinely seems to be offended.
Don't you think I've tried?
He laughs.
You're like a ghost.
It takes a lot of willpower not to turn around and leave.
I just wanted to tell you that I'd seen you before.
Jesus Christ, you already told me that. You told me that yesterday.
No, not at Hughs. I saw you when you came to look around Trurham. Last year. It was me who took you around the school.
The revelation blossoms as rain begins to fall. I remember exactly now. Michael Holden had shown me attentively around Trurham when I was deciding whether to go there for sixth form. He'd asked me what A-levels I wanted to do, and whether I liked Hughs very much, and whether I had any hobbies, and whether I cared much about sports. In fact, everything he'd said had been utterly unremarkable. But it's impossible. But you were so... normal. He shrugs and smiles, and the raindrops on his face almost make him seem as if he's crying.
There's a time and a place for being normal. For most people, normal is a default. But for some, like you and me, normal is something we have to bring out, like putting on a soup for a posh dinner.
What? Now he's being profound? Why did you need to tell me this? Why did you need to track me down? Why was it that important? He shrugs again.
It wasn't, I guess. But I wanted you to know. And when I want to do something, I usually do it.
I stare at him. Nick and Charlie were right. He's absolutely insane. He holds up a hand and sends me a slight wave.
See you soon, Tori Spring.
And then he wanders away. I'm left standing under the broken lamppost in my black jumper in the rain, wondering whether I'm feeling anything yet, and realizing that it's all very funny, because it's all very true. 6. I head inside, go into the dining room and say hello to my family. They're still at dinner, as usual. Well, except Oliver. Since dinner's kind of a 2 to 3 hour job in our house, Oliver's always allowed to leave the table once he's done, and I can hear him playing Mario Kart in the living room. I decide to join him. If I could swap bodies with someone for a day, I would choose Oliver.
Tori!
As soon as I enter, he rolls over on the futon and stretches his arms toward me like a zombie rising out of the grave. He must have got yogurt all down his school jumper today, and he has paint on his face.
I can't wait on Rainbow Road. Help me.
I sigh, sit down on the futon next to him, and pick up the spare Wii remote. This track is impossible, bro.
No.
He whines.
Nothing's impossible. I think the game's cheating.
The game can't cheat.
It is. It's cheating on purpose.
It's not cheating you, Ollie.
Charlie can win. It just doesn't like me.
I produce a large, exaggerated gasp, springing up from the futon. Are you suggesting that Charlie is better at Mario Kart than moi? I start to shake my head. Nope, nuh-uh. I'm the Mario Kart Empress. Oliver laughs, his fluffy hair waving around atop his head. I fall back onto the futon, lift him up, and sit him on my lap. All right, I say. Rainbow Road is going down. I don't keep track of how long we're playing, but it must be quite a while, because when Mum comes in, she's pretty irritated, and that's extreme for her. She's a very emotionless person.
Tori,
says Mum.
Oliver should have been in bed an hour ago.
Oliver doesn't seem to hear her. I glance up from the race. That's not really my job, I say. Mom looks at me, expressionless.
Oliver, it's bedtime,
she says, still looking at me. Oliver quits the game and trots off, high-fiving me on the way. Even when he's gone, Mom doesn't stop looking at me. Do you have something to say? I ask. Apparently she doesn't. She turns around and leaves. I get in a quick round of Luigi's circuit before heading to my own room. I don't think my mom likes me very much. That doesn't really matter, because I don't really like her either. I put the radio on and blog into the early hours. The radio is playing all this dubstep crap, but I've got it on quietly, so I don't care too much. I can't be bothered to leave my bed except to make at least 5 trips downstairs for my diet lemonade. I check the Solitaire blog, but there's nothing new, so I spend ages scrolling down all my favourite blogs, reblogging screen caps of Donnie Darko and Submarine and The Simpsons taken out of context. I write a couple of whiny posts about I don't even know what, and I almost change my display picture, but I can't find anything where I look normal. So I fiddle around with my blog theme's HTML for a bit to see if I can remove the gaps between each post. I stalk Michael's Facebook, but he seems to use it even less than I do. I watch a bit of QI, but I don't really find it interesting or funny anymore. So instead I watch Little Miss Sunshine, which I didn't finish yesterday. I never seem to be able to finish watching a film on the same day I started it, because I can't bear the thought of the film ending. After a while, I put my laptop by my side and lie down. I think about all the other people who are at the restaurant who are probably now drunk and getting off with each other on Lauren's parents' sofas. At some point I fall asleep, but I can hear all these creaky noises coming from outside, and something in my brain decides that there is definitely some kind of giant and or demon stomping around in the road, so I get up and close the window, just to make sure that whatever it is cannot get inside. When I get back into bed, every single thing that you could possibly think about in one day decides to come to me all at once, and suddenly there's a small lightning storm inside my head. I think about Solitaire, and then I think about Michael Holden, and why he said we should be friends, and what he was really like when he was at Troom. Then I remember Lucas and how embarrassed he was, and I wonder why he spent all that effort trying to find me. Then I remember his Hawaiian shirt, which still enormously irritates me because I hate to think that he's become some indie band wannabe. So I open my eyes and wander around the internet to take my mind off it all, and once I feel relatively okay again, I fall asleep, with the glare of my blog homepage warming my face, and the hum of my laptop soothing my mind like crickets at a campsite. 7. We didn't expect anything more from Solitaire. We thought the one prank would be the end of it. We were quite a way off. On Wednesday, all the clocks magically vanished and were replaced by pieces of paper reading Tempest Figget. It was funny at first, but after a few hours, when you're midway through a lesson and you can't check your phone and you have no way of finding out what time it is, well, it pretty much makes you want to scratch out your eyeballs. On the same day, there was hysteria in whole school assembly when the loudspeaker started playing Justin Timberlake's Sexy Back as Kent walked up the whole stage stairs, and the word swag appeared on the projector screen. On Thursday, we turned up to find that 2 cats had been let loose within the school. Apparently, the caretakers managed to get one of them out, but the other cat, an underfed ginger thing with massive eyes, evaded capture all day, strolling in and out of lessons and through corridors. I quite like cats, and I saw it for the first time at lunch in the cafeteria. I almost felt like I'd made a new friend, the way it hopped onto a chair and sat with our lot as if it wanted to join our gossip and offer its views about celebrity Twitter rows and the current political climate. I noted to myself that I should probably start collecting cats, seeing as they're very likely to be my sole companion in 10 years' time.
My spirit animal would so be a cat,
said Becky. Lauren nodded.
Cats are Britain's national animal.
My boyfriend has a cat called Steve. Isn't that an excellent name for a cat? Steve.
Becky rolled her eyes.
Evelyn, dude, when are you going to tell us who your boyfriend is?
But Evelyn just smiled and pretended to be embarrassed. I peered into the dark eyes of the cat. It met my gaze thoughtfully. Do you remember when some lady got caught on camera dumping a cat into a brown bin and it made national news? Every single prank was photographed and displayed on the Solitaire blog. Anyway, today is Friday. People are beginning to find it less funny as Madonna's Material Girl has been stuck on repeat all day over the loudspeaker. I used to have a small obsession with this song, and I'm coming extremely close to slitting my wrist with my scissors, and it's only 10:45 a.m., I'm still not quite sure how Solitaire has managed to do all this, as Zelda and her prefects have been patrolling the school ever since Wednesday's clock fiasco. I'm sitting at a table playing chess on my phone during a free period, iPod blasting some Radiohead song into my ears to block out the vomit-inducing music. The common room has only a scattering of people, mostly Year 13s revising for January's retakes. Miss Strasser is overseeing the room, because during lesson times, the common room is reserved for people revising, and silence is mandatory. This is why I like this room. Except today. Strasser's hung a spare school jumper over the loudspeaker, but it's not doing much. In the corner of the common room, Becky and Ben are sitting together. They're not doing any work, and they're both smiling. Becky keeps tucking her hair behind her ears. Ben takes Becky's hand and starts to draw on it. I look away. So long, Jack. Someone taps me on the shoulder, so suddenly that I have a miniature spasm. I take my headphones out to my ears and swivel around. Lucas stands before me. Every time we passed in the corridors this week, he gave me these weird little waves, or smiles. I don't know. The sort of smile where you scrunch up your face, and in any other context people would wonder whether there was something wrong with you. Anyway, right now he has his bag slung over one shoulder, and in his other arm he has a pile of at least 7 books.
Hi,
he says, just above a whisper. Hi, I say. There is a short pause before I follow up with, do you want to sit here? Embarrassment pours over his face, but he quickly replies.
Yeah, thanks.
He pulls out the chair next to me, dumps his bag and books on the desk, and sits down. I've still got my phone in my hand, and I'm just kind of staring at him. He sticks a hand into his bag and withdraws a Sprite can. He places it in front of me, like a cat would place a half-chewed mouse in front of its owner.
I was at the shop at break,
he says without looking me in the eye.
Is lemonade still your favourite?
I look down at the Sprite can, not quite sure what to make of it. I do not point out that Sprite is not real lemonade, or diet. Yeah, it is. Thanks, that's, really nice of you. Lucas nods and turns away. I open the Sprite, take a sip, replace my headphones, and return to my game. After only 3 more moves, I have to remove my headphones again.
You're playing chess?
He asks. I hate questions that need not be asked. Yes.
Do you remember chess club?
Lucas and I were members of our primary school chess club. We played each other every time, and not once could I beat him. I always threw a tantrum whenever I lost. God, I used to be a twat. No, I say. I lie a lot for no reason. No, I don't. He pauses, and for a moment I think he sees through me, but he's too embarrassed to push it. You have a lot of books, I say, as if he wasn't aware of this. He nods, smiling awkwardly.
I like to read, and I've just been in the library.
I recognize all the titles, but of course I haven't read any of them. T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land, Thomas Hardy's Tess of the D'Urbervilles, Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea, F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, D.H. Lawrence's Sons and Lovers, John Fowler's The Collector, and Jane Austen's Emma. So what are you reading now? I ask. The books at least provide a topic of conversation.
The Great Gatsby,
he says.
F. Scott Fitzgerald.
What's that about?
It's about...
He pauses to think.
It's about someone who's in love with a dream.
I nod as if I understand. I don't. I don't know a single thing about literature, despite studying it for A-levels. I pick up Emma. Does this mean you actually like Jane Austen? We're still studying Pride and Prejudice in class. It is soul-destroying, and not in a good way. Do not read it. He tilts his head as if it's a deeply serious question.
You sound surprised.
I am. It's dreadful. I can barely get past the first chapter.
Why's that?
It's the literary equivalent of a poorly cast rom-com. Someone gets up and tries to walk past us, so we both have to tuck in our chairs a little. Lucas is looking at me very carefully. I don't like it.
You're so different,
he says, shaking his head and squinting at me. I may have grown a few inches since I was 11.
No, it's...
He stops himself. I put down my phone. What? It's what?
You're more serious.
I don't ever remember not being serious. As far as I'm concerned, I came out of the womb spouting cynicism and wishing for rain. I'm not really sure how to reply. I'm I am probably the least funny person since Margaret Thatcher.
No, but you were always dreaming up all these imaginary games, like our Pokemon battles, or the secret base you made out of the cornered-off section of the playground.
Would you like to have a Pokemon battle? I fold my arms. Or am I too unimaginative for that?
No.
He's digging himself into a hole, and it's actually quite funny to watch.
I don't know.
I raise my eyebrows. Quit while you're ahead. I'm boring now. I'm a lost cause. I instantly wish I'd just shut up. I always do this thing where I accidentally say self-deprecating stuff that makes other people feel really awkward, especially when it's true. I start to wish I had never offered to let him sit with me. He quickly returns to the work he got out of his bag. Material Girl is still playing over and over. Apparently the janitors are trying to fix it, but at the moment the only solution appears to be cutting the electrics of the entire school, which according to Kent would classify as giving in. He's got that World War II Churchill attitude, old Mr. Kent. I take a quick glance out to the windows behind the computers. I know I should be doing some homework too, but I'd much rather play chess and admire the windy greyness outside. That's my major problem with school. I really don't do anything unless I actually want to do it, and most of the time I don't want to do anything at all. You've had a good first week, I say, eyes still focused on the sky.
Best week of my entire life,
he says. Seems like an exaggeration to me, but to each their own. Lucas is such an innocent guy. Awkward and innocent. In fact, he's so awkward that it's almost as if he's putting it on. I know he's probably not, but that's still the way it comes across. I mean, awkward is very in fashion at the moment. It's frustrating. I have experienced my fair share of awkward, and awkward is not cute. Awkward does not make you more attractive, and awkward certainly should not be fashionable. It just makes you look like an idiot.
Why did we stop being friends?
He asks, not looking at me. I pause. People grow up and move on. That's life. I regret saying this, however true it might be. I see a kind of sadness fizzle into his eyes, but it quickly disappears.
Well,
he says and turns to me.
We're not grown up yet.
He takes out his phone and starts to read something on it. I watch as his face melts into something confusing. The bell that signals the end of break somehow manages to sound over the music, and he puts the phone away and starts to gather his stuff. Got a lesson? I ask, and then realize that this is one of those pointless questions that I hate.
History. I'll see you later.
He walks several paces before turning as if he has something else to say, but he just stands there. I give him a strange sort of smile, which he returns and then goes away. I watch as he meets a boy with a large quiff at the door, and they start up a conversation as they exit the common room. Finally at peace, I return to my music. My iPod has shuffled on to Amy Mann, just one of my many depressing 90s artists that nobody has heard of. I get to wondering where Michael Holden might be. I haven't seen him since Tuesday. I don't have his phone number or anything. Even if I did, it's not like I would text him. I don't text anyone. I don't really do much for the next hour. To tell you the truth, I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to be in a lesson, but I really can't find the will to move. I briefly wonder again who Solitaire might be, but I conclude for the billionth time that I just do not care. I set an alarm on my phone to remind me to take Charlie to therapy tonight because Nick is busy, and then I sit very still with my head on one arm and doze off. I wake up just before the bell goes again. I swear to God I'm a freak. I mean it. One day I'm going to forget how to wake up. 8. I'm sprawled on the computer desk in the common room at 8:21 a.m. on Monday, with Becky raving on about how cute Ben Hope was at Lauren's. That was 6 days ago, for God's sake. When someone bellows with extreme resonance from the door.
Has anyone seen Tori Spring?
I wake from the dead. Oh, Christ. Becky roars my location across the air, and before I have time to hide under the desk, Zelda Akuro is standing in front of me. I flatten my hair, hoping it will shield me from her directorial intervention. Zelda wears full makeup to school every day, including lipstick and eyeshadow, and I think she might be certifiably insane.
Tori, I'm nominating you for Operation Inconspicuous.
It takes several seconds for this information to register. No, you are not, I say. No. No.
Yes, you haven't got to say. The deputy heads voted on who they wanted in Year 12.
What? I slump back onto the desk. What for? Zelda puts her hands on her hips and tilts her head.
We're facing a crisis, Tori.
She speaks way too fast and in extremely short sentences. I don't like it.
Higgs is facing a crisis. A team of 8 prefects just isn't going to cover it. We're upping the stakeout ops team to 15. Operation Inconspicuous is a go. Tomorrow. 0700.
I'm sorry. What did you just say?
We've come to the conclusion that most of the sabotage must be happening during the early hours, so we're staking out tomorrow morning, 0700. You'd better be there.
I hate you, I say.
Don't blame me,
she says.
Blame Solitaire.
She clip-clops off. Becky, Evelyn, Lauren, and Rita are all around me. Lucas too. I think he's one of our lot now.
Well, you're obviously in the teacher's good books,
says Becky.
Next thing you know, they'll be making you an actual prefect.
I shoot her a look of severe distress.
Yeah, but if you were a prefect, you could skip the lunch queue,
says Lauren.
Fast food man. And you could give Year 7s detentions whenever they're being too cheerful.
What did you even do to make the teachers like you?
Asks Becky.
You don't exactly do much.
I shrug at her. She's right. I don't do much at all. Later in the day, I pass Michael in the corridor. I say pass, but what actually happens is he shouts, "Tori!" so loudly that I manage to drop my English folder on the floor. He lets out this deafening laugh, his eyes scrunching up behind his glasses, and he actually stops and stands still in the middle of the corridor, causing 3 Year 8s to bump into him. I look at him, pick up my folder, and walk right past. I'm in English now, reading Pride and Prejudice. Now that I have reached chapter 6, I have established that I hate this book with a profound passion. It's boring and cliché, and I constantly feel the need to hold it over a lit match. The women only care about the men, and the men don't seem to care about anything at all. Except Darcy. Maybe. He's not so bad. Lucas is the only person I can see who is reading the book properly, with his calm and quiet expression. But every so often he checks his phone. I scroll through a few blogs on my own phone under the desk, but there really isn't anything interesting on there. Becky is in the seat next to me, and she is talking to Ben Hope. Unfortunately, I can't avoid them without moving to a different seat, or leaving the class, or dying. They are playing dots and boxes in Ben's school planner. Becky keeps losing.
"You're cheating!"
she exclaims, and attempts to grab Ben's pen. Ben laughs a very attractive laugh. They have a small wrestling match over the pen. I try not to throw up or dive under the table from sheer cringe. In the common room at lunch, Becky tells Evelyn all about Ben. At some point, I interrupt their conversation. "What happened to Jack?" I ask her.
"Jack who?"
she says. I blink at her, and she turns back to Evelyn. "9. Dad gets me to school at 6:55 a.m. the next day. I am in a trance. In the car, he says,
"Maybe if you catch him in the act, you'll get a community award."
I don't know what a community award is, but I feel that I am probably the least likely person in the world to get one. Zelda, her prefects, the nominated helpers, and even old Kent are in the hall, and I'm the only one there who came in school uniform. It's basically night time outside. The school heating hasn't started up yet. I praise myself for putting on 2 pairs of tights this morning. Zelda, in leggings and running trainers and an oversized super dry hoodie, takes charge.
Okay guys, today's the day we're catching them, yeah? Everyone's got a separate area of the school. Patrol that area and call me if you find anything. Nothing's been done to the school since Friday, so there's a chance they won't turn up today, but we're going to do this until we feel that the school is safe, whether we end up catching anyone or not. Meet me back in the hall at 8.
Why did I even come here? The prefects begin to chat among themselves, and Zelda speaks to each person individually before sending them off into the unlit, unheated depths of the school. When she gets to me, she presents me with a piece of paper and says,
Tori, you're patrolling the IT suites. Here's my number.
I nod at her and go to walk off.
Tori?
Yeah?
You look a bit...
She doesn't finish her sentence. It's 7 a.m. She can piss off. I walk away, throwing the piece of paper in a bin as I pass it. I come to a halt upon finding Kent standing ominously by the hall entrance. "Why me?" I ask him. But he just raises his eyebrows and smiles at me, so I roll my eyes and walk away. Wandering around the school like this is peculiar. Everything's so still, serene, no air circulation. I'm walking through a freeze frame. The IT suite is in C block on the second floor. There are 6 computer rooms, C11, C12, C13, C14, C15, and C16. The usual whir of the suite is absent. The computers are all dead. I open up C11, peer inside, and repeat this for C12, C13, and C14, before giving up and taking a seat on a swivel chair inside C14. What does Kent even think he's doing involving me in this? As if I'm going to do any kind of patrolling. I kick the floor and spin. The world hurricanes around me. I don't know how long I do this, but when I stop to read the time, the clock waves in front of my eyes. When it calms down, it reads 7:16 a.m. I wonder for at least the 16th time what I am doing here. It is then that I hear a distant sound of the Windows booting up jingle. I get off my chair and step into the corridor. I look one way, I look the other. The corridor dissolves into darkness both ways, but out of the open door of C13 glares a hazy blue glow. I creep down the corridor and go inside. The interactive whiteboard is on, the projector whirling happily, the Windows desktop on display. I stand before the board, staring at it. The desktop wallpaper is a sloped green field beneath a blue sky. The harder I stare, the wider the board seems to spread. Wider and wider, until the fake pixelated world invades my own. The computer that is linked to the screen hums. The door to the room shuts by itself, like I'm in Scooby-Doo. I run and grab the handle, but it's locked, and for a second I just stare at myself in the door window. Someone's locked me in an IT room, for God's sake. Stepping backward, I see the board change in the blank monitor's reflection. I spin on the spot. The green field is gone. In its place is a blank page of Microsoft Word with the cursor flashing on and off. I try smashing at the keyboard of the computer that's hooked up to the board and wildly swishing the mouse across the table. Nothing happens. I'm starting to sweat. My brain isn't accepting this situation. I come up with 2 possibilities. 1. This is a sick joke by someone I know. 2. Solitaire. And that's when the text rolls across the white screenscape. Attention Team Ops. Please refrain from panic and alarm. Pause. What? Solitaire is a friendly neighborhood watch organization dedicated to aiding the adolescent population through targeting the most common cause of teenage anxiety. We are on your side. You should not be afraid of any action we will not take. We hope that you will support Solitaire's future actions and come to feel that school need not be a place of solemnity, stress, and isolation. Someone is deliberately trying to freak the prefects out. As I am not a prefect, I am choosing not to freak out. I don't know what I feel about this, but it definitely isn't freaked out. We leave you with a video that we hope will enlighten your morning. Solitaire. Patience kills. The page of text remains on screen for several seconds before Windows Media Player pops up in front of it. The cursor zooms to the play button, and the video begins. The footage is kind of blurry, but you can make out 2 figures on a stage, one at a piano, one with a violin in her hands. The violinist holds her instrument up to her chin and raises her bow, and together the 2 begin to play. Only after the first 8 bars, and after the camera has zoomed in, do I realize that the musicians can be no more than 8 years old. I don't know what the piece of music is. It doesn't matter, because sometimes I hear a piece of music and I can't do anything but sit there, Sometimes in the morning, the radio turns on, and a song is playing, and it's so beautiful that I just have to lay there until it's over. Sometimes I'm watching a film, and it's not even a sad scene, but the music is so sad that I can't help but cry. This is one of those times. Eventually the video ends, and I just stand there. I guess Solitaire thinks it's being intellectual and deep, making us watch this video and writing with such eloquence, like people who think that they're hilarious for using the word thus in school essays. It half makes me laugh, and half makes me want to shoot them. The fact remains that C13's door is still locked, and I'm still trapped here. I want to cry out, but I don't. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I threw away Zelda's number like the idiot I am. I don't know anyone else here. I can't call Becky. She wouldn't come here. Dad's at work. Mum's in her PJs. Charlie won't get to school for another 45 minutes. There is only one person who would help me. There is only one person who is going to believe me. I pull my phone out of my blazer pocket.
Hello?
Before I say anything else, I have a question.
Tori? Oh my god, you actually called me!
Are you a real person? I've been considering the possibility that Michael Holden is a figment of my imagination. This is probably because I fail to understand how someone with a personality like his could survive in this shitty world, and also because I fail to understand how someone with a personality like his would take any interest in a misanthropic, pessimistic asshole like myself. I found his number posted in my locker yesterday lunchtime. It was written on one of those solitaire pink post-its with an arrow drawn on it, except now he'd added his phone number and a smiley face. I knew that it was Michael. Who else would it be? There is a long pause before he says,
I promise, I swear, that I am a completely real person. Here, on the earth, living and breathing.
He waits for me to say something, and when I don't, he continues.
And I can understand why you would ask me that, so I'm not offended or anything.
Okay, thanks for, clearing that up. I proceed to explain in the most nonchalant way I can muster that I am locked in an IT classroom.
Lucky for you that I decided to turn up to help today,
he says.
I knew something like this would happen. This is why I had to give you my number. You are totally a danger to yourself.
And then he appears, strolling casually past, phone pressed to his ear, not even aware that I am only meters from him. I pound my hand repeatedly on the door window. Michael reverses several steps, uncharacteristically frowning, and peers at me. Then he grins, hangs up the phone, and waves wildly.
Tori, hey!
Get me out! I say, lying my hand flat against the window.
Are you sure it's locked?
No, I just forgot how to open a door.
I'll open it. If you do something for me first.
I bash the window several more times, as if he is some kind of animal and I'm trying to scare him into action. I quite literally do not have time for this.
Just one thing.
I stare at him, hoping that it's strong enough to paralyze, if not kill him. He shrugs at me, though I don't know why.
Smile.
I slowly shake my head. What is wrong with you? You don't understand what just happened to me.
If you prove to me you have the capacity to smile, I will believe that you are a human being, and I will let you out.
He's completely serious. My hand drops. I could not be smiling any less than I am now. I hate you.
No, you don't.
Just let me out.
You asked me if I was a real person.
He adjusts his glasses, and his voice suddenly gets quiet. It's unnerving.
Did it occur to you that I might not believe that you are a real person?
So I smile. I don't know what it ends up looking like, but I move my cheek muscles and wrench the sides of my mouth up a little to make a crescent moon shape with my lips. Michael's reaction reveals that he had not, in fact, expected me to do it. I immediately regret giving in. His eyes stretch wide and his own smile drops and is gone.
Holy crap,
he says.
That was actually really difficult for you.
I let it go. All right, we're both real. Turn the lock. And he does. We look at each other, and then I start to barge past him, but he steps in front of me and places his hands on either side of the door frame. What? I'm going to have a breakdown. This guy, Jesus Christ.
Why were you locked in an IT room?
He asks. His eyes are so wide. Is he concerned?
What happened in there?
I glanced to one side. I don't really want to look him in the eyes. Solitaire hacked the whiteboard, sent round a message to the prefects, and a video. Michael gasps like a cartoon. He removes his hands from the door frame and places them both on my shoulders. I cower backward.
What did it say?
He asks, half amazed, half terrified.
What was the video?
In any other situation, I don't think I'd bother telling him. I mean, who cares, right? Go look for yourself, I mutter. I step back into the room, and he skips around me toward the projector computer. It's just something stupid, I say, collapsing onto a swivel chair next to him. And actually, you won't be able to do anything on that computer anyway. But Michael is moving the mouse totally normally, flying the cursor back toward the Word document. He reads the entire message aloud.
Patience kills.
He mumbles.
Patience kills.
He then insists that we watch the video, which I agree to, mostly because I thought it was so lovely the first time. When it finishes, he says,
You thought that was just something stupid?
There's a pause. I can play the violin, I say.
Seriously?
Yeah. Well, not anymore. I stopped practicing a few years ago. Michael gives me this weird look, but then it's gone, and suddenly he's impressed.
You know, I bet they've hacked the whole school. That is absolutely outstanding.
Before I have a chance to disagree, he's opened up Internet Explorer and typed in solitaire.co.uk. The Solitaire blog pops up, with a new text post at the top of the screen. Michael breathes so loudly I can hear him. 12:30, 11, January. Solitarians. The first Solitaire meet-up will take place on Saturday, 22nd January, 8 p.m. onward, at the third house from the river bridge. All are welcome. When I look up at Michael, he is carefully taking a photograph of the post on his phone.
This is gold,
he says.
This is the best discovery I've made all day.
It's only 7:30, I say.
It's important to make lots of discoveries every day.
He stands back up.
That's what makes one day different from the next.
If that statement is true, that explains a lot of things about my life.
You look so freaked out.
Michael sits down in the chair next to me and leans forward so his face is parallel to my own.
We made progress. Be excited.
Progress? Progress with what? He frowns.
The Solitaire investigation. We have made a significant leap forward here.
Oh.
You still don't sound excited.
Can you imagine me being excited about anything?
Yes, I can, actually.
I glare at his stupid, smug face. He starts tapping his fingers together.
Anyway,
he says,
we are going to their meetup.
I hadn't thought about that. We are?
Yeah. It's next Saturday. I will drag you there if I have to.
Why do you want to go? What is the point of this? He opens his eyes very wide.
You aren't curious?
He's delusional. He's more delusional than I am, and that's saying something. Look, I say. It is perfectly okay to hang out, if you want. But I don't care about Solitaire, and to be totally honest, I don't really want to get involved, so, yeah, sorry. He gives me a long look.
Interesting.
I say nothing.
They locked you in this room,
he says.
And you still don't care. Why not consider it this way? They're the evil criminal organization, and you're Sherlock Holmes. I'll be John Watson. But we've got to be the Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Freeman Sherlock and Watson, because the BBC Sherlock is infinitely greater than all other adaptations.
I stare at him.
It's the only adaptation that gets the bromance right.
You're a fangirl, I whisper with mock horror. Another pause, in which I abruptly wonder whether the Sherlock fandom is right, and there really is sexual tension between Sherlock Holmes and John Watson. Eventually we get up and leave, or at least I do, and he follows, shutting the door behind him. For the first time I realise that he is wearing just his shirt, tie, and trousers, no jumper or blazer. Aren't you cold? I say. He blinks at me. His glasses are enormous. His hair is so neat that it's almost made of stone.
Why? Are you?
We head down the corridor, and after we've almost reached the end, I notice that Michael is no longer at my heels. I turn around. He has stopped directly in front of C16 and opened it up. He frowns. It looks a little odd on his face. "What?" I ask. It takes him longer than it should to answer.
"Nothing,"
he says.
"I thought there would be something here, but there's nothing."
Before I have a chance to question what the bloody hell he's talking about, someone behind me cries,
"Tori!"
I spin back around. Zelda is striding toward me with an expression on her face that will one day provide her with premature wrinkles.
"Tori, have you found anything?"
I think about whether to lie or not. "No, we didn't find anything. Sorry."
"What do you mean, we?"
I turn back to Michael, or the space where Michael had been standing. But he's not there. Only then do I wonder what it really was that made him decide to turn up at school at 7:30 in the morning. 10. I spend the rest of the day thinking about what Michael said in C16. Later on I go back to have a look myself, but he was right. There's nothing. I guess getting locked in an IT room kind of shook me up. I don't tell Becky about any of the solitaire stuff. She's very busy spreading the word about her fancy dress birthday party, which is to be held on Friday, and I don't think she'd really care much. At lunch, Lucas finds me in the common room. I'm trying to read another chapter of Pride and Prejudice, but I think I'm just going to watch the film version, because this book is brain-melting. The common room is pretty empty. Everyone's probably walked up to McDonald's because the food in our school is prison food.
"All right,"
Lucas says, seating himself at my table. I hate that. All right. I mean, is it a greeting or a question? Do you respond with, "Good, thanks," or "Hello"? Not too bad, I say, sitting up a little. You?
"I'm good, thanks."
I can physically feel him searching for something to say. After a stupidly long pause, he reaches toward me and taps the book I'm holding.
"You hate reading, right? Why don't you just watch the film?"
I blink at him and say, I don't know. After another stupidly long pause, he asks,
"You going to Becky's on Friday?"
What a dumb question. Yeah, I say. I assume you are too.
"Yes, yeah. Who are you dressing up as?"
I don't know yet. He nods as if what I've said actually means something.
"Well, I'm sure you look good,"
he says, and then quickly adds,
"because, when we were little, you were really into dressing up and stuff."
I don't remember ever dressing up as anything except a Jedi. I shrug at Lucas. I'll find something. And then he just turns bright red, like he does, and sits there watching me attempt to read for some time. So awkward, Jesus Christ. Eventually he gets out his phone and starts texting, and when he goes off to talk to Evelyn, I get to wondering why he is always hovering around like some ghost who doesn't want to be forgotten. I don't want to talk to him. Really. I mean, I thought it'd be nice to try and rekindle this friendship, but it's too hard. I don't want to talk to anyone. Of course, I tell Charlie everything when we get home. He does not know what to say about Solitaire's mysterious message. Instead, he tells me I should stop talking to Michael so much. I'm not sure what I think about that. At dinner, Dad asks,
"How'd it go this morning?"
We didn't find anything, I say. Another lie. I must be borderline pathological. Dad starts talking about another book he's going to lend me. He's always lending me books. Dad went to university when he was 32 and did an English literature degree. He now works in IT. Nevertheless, he is always hoping that I'll turn out to be some magnanimous thinker who has read a lot of Chekhov and James Joyce. Coming out as a book hater to my dad is comparable to coming out as gay to homophobic parents. I've never been able to tell him, and he's lent me so many books now that it's just too late to repair the damage. Anyway, this time it's Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. I nod and smile and try to sound a little interested, but it probably isn't at all convincing. Charlie quickly changes the subject by telling us about some film he and Nick watched over the weekend, An Education, which from Charlie's description sounds like a total mockery and patronization of teenage girls worldwide. Oliver then tells us about his new toy tractor and why it's so much more majestic than all his other toy tractors. To Mum and Dad's delight, we finished dinner within 1 hour, which must be a new record.
"Well done, Charlie. Great job,"
says Dad, slapping him on the back. But Charlie just winces away from him. Mum nods and smiles. which is about as expressive as she gets. It's like Charlie's won the Nobel Prize. He escapes the kitchen without saying a word and comes to watch The Big Bang Theory with me. It's not a very funny program, but I still seem to watch at least one episode every single day. Who would I be? I ask at some point. If I were any of the Big Bang Theory characters.
Sheldon,
says Charlie without hesitation.
but, not as loud about your views.
I turn my head toward him. Wow, I'm offended. Charlie snorts.
He's the only reason this show is any good, Victoria.
I think about this, and then nod. That's probably true. Charlie lays still on the sofa, and I watch him for a minute. His eyes are sort of glazed, like he's not really watching the TV, and he's fiddling with his shirt sleeves. Charlie always wears long-sleeve shirts these days.
Who would I be?
He asks. I stroke my chin thoughtfully before declaring. Howard. Definitely. Because you're always chatting up the ladies. Charlie chucks a cushion at me from the sofa. I scream and cower in the corner before hurling a barrage of cushions back at him. Tonight I watch the Keira Knightley Pride and Prejudice, and find it to be almost as dreadful as the book. The only tolerable character is Mr. Darcy. I don't see why Elizabeth finds him proud at the beginning, because it's quite clearly obvious that he's just shy. Any normal human being should be able to identify that as shyness and feel sorry for the poor guy, because he's dreadful at parties and social gatherings. It's not really his fault, it's just the way he is. I blog some more and lie awake, listening to the rain, and forget what the time is and forget to change into my pyjamas. I add Metamorphosis to the pile of unread books. I put The Breakfast Club on, but I'm not really watching, so I skip to the best part. The part where they're all sitting in a circle and they reveal those deep and personal things and they cry and all that. I watch that scene 3 times and then turn it off. I listen for the giant/demon, but it's more of a rumbling tonight. A deep growling rumble. Like a drum. In the swirly wallpaper of my room, stooped yellow figures creep back and forth until I'm hypnotized. In my bed, someone has placed an enormous glass cage on top of me, and the air is slowly stewing sour. In my dreams, I'm running around in circles atop a cliff, but there's a boy in a red hat catching me every time I try to jump off. 11.
I'm not joking, Tori! This is an extremely serious decision!
I look Becky squarely in the eye. Oh, I know, this could determine the whole future of human existence. We're in her bedroom. It's 4:12 p.m., Friday. I'm cross-legged on her double bed. Everything in here is pink and black, and if this room were a person, it would be a Kardashian on a moderate income. There is a poster of Edward Cullen and Bella Swan on the wall. Every time I see it, I want to put it through a shredder.
No, seriously though, I'm not even joking.
She holds up the costumes again, one in each hand.
Tinkerbell or Hermione?
I stare at each. They're not very different, except one is green and one is grey. Tinkerbell, I say. Seeing as Becky maintains her coolness and hilarity by acting like an idiot, it would be an insult to the name of Hermione Granger and J.K. Rowling and all Potterheads to allow Becky to be the brightest witch of her age. She nods and chucks the Hermione outfit onto a steadily growing mountain of clothes.
That's what I thought.
She starts changing.
Who are you going as again?
I shrug, still thinking about Harry Potter. I wasn't going to dress up. I thought I could wear my invisibility cloak. Becky, in just her bra and knickers, puts her hands on her hips. I know I shouldn't feel awkward because I've been her best friend for over 5 years. I still do, though. Since when did nudity become so normal?
Tori, you are dressing up. It's my fancy dress party and I say so.
Fine. I think hard, weighing my options. I could go as Snow White. Becky pauses as if waiting for the punchline. I frown. What?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
You don't think I could go as Snow White?
No. You could be Snow White if you want.
I look at my hands. All right, I'll think about it. I twirl my thumbs. I could make my hair all wavy. She seems satisfied and puts on the tiny green dress with fairy wings.
Are you going to try and talk to people tonight?
She asks. Is that an actual question or an order?
In order.
I make no promises. Becky laughs and pats me on the cheek. I hate that.
Don't worry, I'll look after you. I always do, don't I?
At home I put on a white shirt and a black skater skirt I bought once for some job interview I never showed up to. Then I locate my favourite black jumper and black tights. My hair is just about long enough to style into tiny plaits, and I draw on more eyeliner than usual. Wednesday Addams. I was sort of kidding with Snow White, and I despise Disney anyway. I leave the house around 7. Nick, Charlie, and Oliver are just sitting down to dinner. Mom and Dad are going to see a play and then stay at a hotel tonight. To be honest, it was Charlie and I who insisted that they stay overnight rather than take the 2-hour drive home. I guess they were kind of worried about not being there for Charlie. I almost decided to stay home and not go to Becky's party, but Charlie assured everyone that he would be fine, which I'm sure he will, because Nick's staying around this evening, and I'm not even going to be out for very long. It's a dark party. The lights are dimmed and teenagers are spilling out of the house. I pass the smokers and the social smokers who gather in rings outside. Smoking is so pointless. The only reason I can think for smoking is if you want to die. I don't know. Maybe they all want to die. I recognize most people from school and from Troom, and there are Year 11s through Year 13s here, and I know for a fact that Becky doesn't know all of them personally. A selection of our lot is squeezed into the conservatory along with a few other people that I don't know. Evelyn, scrunched into the corner of the sofa, spots me first.
Tori!
She waves, so I wander over. Eyeing me thoughtfully, she says,
Who are you?
Wednesday Addams, I say.
Who?
Have you seen the Addams Family?
No.
I shuffle my feet. Oh, her own outfit is rather spectacular. Straightened hair put up in a classy bun, insect sunglasses and a 50s dress. Are you Audrey Hepburn? Evelyn throws her arms up in the air.
Thank you. Someone at this party has somebody culture.
Lucas is here too, sitting next to a girl and a boy who have basically merged into one being. He's wearing a beret and a rolled-sleeve stripy t-shirt with these skin-tight ankle-length black jeans, and he has an actual string of garlic bulbs hung around his neck. Somehow he looks both very fashionable and very ridiculous. He waves shyly at me with his beer can.
Tori, bonjour.
I wave back and then practically run away. First I go to the kitchen. There are a lot of Year 11s in here, mostly girls dressed as a variety of promiscuous Disney princesses, and 3 boys dressed as Superman. They're chatting excitedly about Solitaire's pranks, apparently finding them hilarious. One girl even claims she took part in them. Everyone seems to be talking about the Solitaire Meetup blog post, the one that Michael and I found after he broke me out of that IT classroom. Apparently the entire town is planning to attend. I find myself standing next to a lonely-looking girl, possibly a Year 11, but I'm not too sure, who is dressed as a very accurate David Tennant's Doctor Who. I immediately feel a kind of connection with her, because she looks so alone. She looks at me, and it's too late to pretend I haven't been staring. I say, Your costume is, really good.
Thank you,
she says, and I nod and walk off. Ignoring the beers and the WKDs and the Bacardi breezes, I raid Becky's fridge for some diet lemonade. With my plastic cup in hand, I amble into the garden. It's a truly magnificent garden, slightly sloped with islands of rainbow flowers and a pond at the bottom, enclosed by a cluster of bare willow trees. Groups are huddled all over the wooden decking and the grass. Even though it's about 0 degrees Celsius, somehow Becky has got her hands on an actual floodlight. It's as bright as the sun, and the groups of teenagers spill swaying shadows over the grass. I spot Becky/Tinkerbell with a different group of Year 12s. I go up to her. Hey, I say, sliding into the circle.
Tori!
She's got a bottle of Bailey's Irish Cream in her hand, with one of those curly plastic straws in it.
Dude, guess what? I've got something so amazing to tell you. It's just so amazing. You're going to die. It's so amazing. You are going to die.
I smile at her, even though she's shaking me by the shoulders and spilling Bailey's on me.
You are going to die.
Yes, I'm going to die.
You know Ben Hope?
Yes, I know Ben Hope, and I also know exactly what she's about to say.
Ben Hope asked me out!
She splutters. Oh, I say. My God!
I know! I, did not expect a thing. We were chatting earlier and he admitted he liked me. Oh my God, he was so cute and awkward.
And then she talks for quite a while about Ben Hope while sipping on her Baileys, and I'm smiling and nodding and definitely feeling really pleased for her. After a while, Becky starts repeating the whole story to some girl dressed as Minnie Mouse, and I feel myself getting a bit bored, so I check my blog on my phone. There is a little one symbol signifying I have a message. Anonymous. Thought for the day. Why do cars always park for ambulances? I read the message several times. It could be from anyone, I guess, though no one I know in real life knows about my blog. Stupid anoms. Why do cars always park for ambulances? Because the world is not filled with assholes, that's why. Because the world is not filled with assholes. As soon as I make that conclusion in my mind, Lucas finds me. He is a little bit drunk.
I can't work out who you are,
he says, always so embarrassed. I'm Wednesday Addams.
Ah, so cute, so cute.
He nods knowingly, but I can tell that he has no idea who Wednesday Addams is. I look past him out into the floodlit garden. All the people are just blurred darkness. I feel a bit sick, and this diet lemonade is giving me a nasty taste in my mouth. I want to go and pour it down the sink, but I think I'd feel even more lost if I didn't have something to hold on to.
Tori?
I look at him. The garlic was a bad move. It doesn't smell great.
I asked if you were all right. You look like you're having a midlife crisis.
It's not a midlife crisis. It's just a life crisis.
Pardon? I can't hear you.
I'm fine. Just bored. He smiles at me like I'm joking, but I'm not joking. All parties are boring. You can go and talk to other people, you know, I say. I really don't have anything interesting to say.
You always have interesting things to say,
he says.
You just don't say them.
I lie and say I need another drink, even though my cup is more than half full and I feel really sick. I get out of the garden. I'm out of breath and so angry for no reason. I barge through the crowds of stupid, drunk teenagers and lock myself in the downstairs bathroom. Someone's been sick in here. I can smell it. I look at myself in the mirror. My eyeliner has smudged, so I sort it out. Then I tear up and ruin it again, and try not to start crying. I wash my hands 3 times and take the plates out of my hair because they look idiotic. Someone's banging on the door of the bathroom. I've been in here for ages, just staring at myself in the mirror, watching my eyes tear up and dry and tear up and dry. I open the door, ready to punch them in the face, and find myself directly opposite Michael goddamn Holden.
Oh, thank God.
He races inside, and without bothering to let me leave or shut the door, he lifts the toilet seat and starts to pee.
Thank Christ. I thought I was going to have to piss in the flower bed, for Christ's sake.
All right, just pee with the lady present, I say. He waves his hand casually. I get out of there. As I exit through the front door, Michael catches me up. He is dressed as Sherlock Holmes, even the hat.
Where are you going?
He asks. I shrug. It's too hot in there.
It's too cold out here.
Since when did you acquire a body temperature?
Will you ever be able to talk to me without making a sarcastic comment?
I turn and start walking further away, but he's still in pursuit. Why are you following me?
Because I don't know anyone else here.
Don't you have any Year 13 friends?
I
stop on the pavement outside Becky's drive. I think I'm going home, I say.
Why?
He asks.
Becky's your friend. It's her birthday.
She won't mind, I say. She won't notice.
What are you going to do at home?
He asks. Blog, sleep, blog. Nothing?
Why don't we crash in a room upstairs and watch a film?
Coming from any other person's mouth, it would sound like he is asking me to go into a room and have sex with him. But because it is Michael who says this, I know that he's being completely serious. I notice that the diet lemonade in my cup has gone. I can't remember when I drank it. I want to go home, but at the same time, I don't want to. Because I know I won't sleep. I'll just lie there in my room. Michael's hat looks really stupid. He probably borrowed that tweed jacket from a dead body. Fine, I say. 12. There is a line that you cross when making relationships with people. Crossing this line occurs when you transfer from knowing someone to knowing about someone, and Michael and I cross that line at Becky's 17th birthday party. We go upstairs into Becky's room. He, of course, begins to investigate, while I drop and roll under the bed. He passes the poster of Edward Cullen and Bella No Expression Swan, raising a sceptical eyebrow at it. He trails along the shelves of dancing show photographs and medals and the shelf of preteen books that have lain untouched for years, and he steps over the piles and piles of crumpled dresses and shorts and T-shirts and knickers and bras and schoolbooks and bags and miscellaneous pieces of paper until finally he opens a wardrobe, bypasses the shelves of folded-up clothes and locates a small row of DVDs. He pulls out Moulin Rouge, but seeing the look on my face quickly replaces it. A similar thing happens when he retrieves It's a Boy-Girl Thing. After a moment more, he gasps and grabs a third DVD, leaps across the room to the flat screen and switches it on.
"We're watching Beauty and the Beast,"
he says. "No, we are not," I say.
"I think you will find that we are,"
he says. "Please," I say. "No, what about The Matrix, Lost in Translation, Lord of the Rings?" I don't know why I'm saying this. Becky owns none of these films.
"I'm doing this for your own good."
He inserts the DVD.
"I believe that your psychological development has substantially suffered due to lack of Disney charm."
I don't bother asking what he's talking about. He clambers onto the bed next to me and props himself up on the headboard with a pillow. The Disney logo appears on screen. Already I can feel my eyes bleeding.
"Have you ever even watched a Disney film?"
he asks. Yeah.
"Why do you hate Disney?"
I don't hate Disney.
"Then why don't you want to watch Beauty and the Beast?"
I turn my head. He's not watching the film, even though it started. I don't like films that are fake, I say, where the characters and the story are really perfect. Things don't happen like that in real life. He smiles, but it's a sad smile.
"Isn't that the point of films?"
I wonder why I'm here. I wonder why he's here. The pathetic dubstep beat downstairs is the only thing I can hear. There are some cartoons on the screen, but really, they're just moving shapes. He starts talking to me.
"Did you know,"
he says,
"that in the original story, Belle has 2 sisters, but in this film, she's an only child? I wonder why. It's not that fun being an only child."
Are you an only child?
"Yep."
This is mildly interesting. I've got 2 brothers, I say.
"Are they like you?"
No, they're really not. The Beauty is being courted by a heavily muscled man. He's not attractive, but I sympathize with his dislike for literature. She really likes to read, I say, shaking my head at the girl in blue. That's got to be unhealthy.
"Don't you do English Lit A-level?"
Yes, because I can bullshit my way through it, but I don't approve of it. I hate books.
"I probably should have done English. I would have been good at it."
Why didn't you? He looks at me and smiles.
"I think it's better to just read, and not study books."
The Beauty has sacrificed her freedom to save her father. It's very sentimental, and now she's crying about it.
"Tell me something interesting about you,"
says Michael. I think for a moment. Did you know that I was born on the day that Kurt Cobain killed himself?
"Actually, yes. He was only 27. Poor guy. 27. Maybe we'll die when we're 27.
There's nothing romantic about death. I hate when people use Kurt Cobain's suicide as an excuse to worship him for being such a tormented soul. Michael pauses and stares at me before saying,
"Yeah, I guess so."
Beauty has gone on a hunger strike. That is, until the cutlery and cookery of the house put on a singing and dancing performance for her. Now she is being chased by wolves. I am struggling to keep up with this plot line. "Tell me something interesting about you," I say.
He
says.
"I'm, like, ridiculously unintelligent?"
I frown at him. This is obviously untrue. He reads my mind.
"Seriously, I haven't got above a C grade in any subject since year 8.
What? Why?
It
seems almost impossible for someone like Michael to be unintelligent. People like Michael, crazy people who get stuff done, they're always smart. Always."
"When it comes to the exams, I generally don't know what they want me to write. I'm not very good at, sorting out all the stuff in my head. Like, I took biology A-level and I completely understood what polypeptide synthesis was, but I couldn't write it down. I'm not dyslexic or anything, I just don't know what the examiners want to hear. I don't know whether I just forget things, or maybe I don't know how I'm supposed to explain it. I just don't know. And it's fucking horrible.
Throughout this, he makes swirly gestures with his hands. I imagine all the pieces of information flying around in strands inside his brain, unable to form themselves into comprehensible words. It seems to make sense. He's crazy. Maybe not in a bad way, but definitely crazy.
It's so unfair.
He continues.
School literally doesn't care about you unless you're good at writing stuff down, or you're good at memorizing, or you can solve bloody maths equations. What about the other important things in life? Like being a decent human being?
I hate school, I say.
You hate everything.
It's funny because it's true. He turns to me again. We look at each other. On screen, a petal falls from the rose, which I'm pretty sure is symbolic of something. Your eyes are different colours, I say.
Did I not tell you that I am a magical anime girl?
Seriously. Why, though?
My blue eye conceals the power of my past life, and I use it to summon my guardian angels to assist me in my plight against the forces of darkness.
Are you drunk?
I'm a poet.
Well, control yourself, Lord Tennyson. He grins.
The stream will cease to flow.
He's quoting a poem, obviously, but one I've never heard.
The wind will cease to blow. The clouds will cease to fleet. The heart will cease to beat. For all things must die.
I chuck a pillow at him. He leans over to avoid it, but my aim is spectacular.
All right.
He laughs.
It's not as romantic as it looks. Someone threw a rock at my eye when I was 2, so basically I'm pretty much half blind. It's actually very annoying.
On screen, they're dancing. It's a little odd. An old woman is singing. I find myself singing along. Apparently, I've heard this song before. Michael joins me. We sing alternate lines. And then we are silent for a long time, watching the colours on the screen. I don't know how long the silence lasts, but at some point I hear Michael sniff, and I see him move his hand up to his face. When I look around, I see that he is crying. Actually crying. I am momentarily confused. I study the screen. The beast has just died, and the beauty is holding him, crying herself, and, oh, wait. A tear falls onto his fur, and then all kinds of trippy magic happen, and yep, there you go. He has miraculously returned from the dead. Oh, and he's become handsome as well. Isn't that fantastic? This is the kind of crap that I hate. Unrealistic, sentimental crap. But Michael is crying. I don't really know what to do. He's got one hand on his face, and his eyes and nose are scrunched up. It's like he's trying to hold the tears inside. I decide to pat his other hand, which is resting on the bed. I hope this comes across as comforting, not sarcastic. I think it turns out okay, because he grabs my hand in return and squeezes it with extreme force. The film ends shortly after that. He turns it off with the remote, and we sit in silence, looking at the black screen.
I knew your brother,
Michael says after a very long time. Charlie.
From Truro.
I turn my head, not really finding anything to say. Michael continues.
I never spoke to him. He always seemed kind of quiet. But everyone loved him, which is pretty rare at an all-boys school. He was different.
It's then that I decide to tell him. I don't know why this happens, but I get this urge. My brain gives up. I can't hold on to it. I tell him about Charlie. Everything. About when he started collecting things, about when he stopped eating, and about when he started hurting himself. To be honest, it's not even that big of a deal anymore. He's been to the hospital. He's better now. And he's got Nick. I mean, he's still recovering, but he's fine. It's fine. I don't know when I fall asleep, but I do. Not fully asleep. I stop being able to tell whether I'm awake or whether I'm dreaming. It's probably weird to fall asleep in this sort of situation, but I'm starting to not really care about stuff like that anymore. What surprises me the most is how suddenly it happens. Normally it takes forever. Normally, when I'm trying to sleep, I do all these silly things, like I roll over and imagine that I'm sleeping next to someone, and I reach out and caress their hair. Or I clasp my hands together, and after a little while I start thinking it's somebody else's hand I'm holding, not my own. I swear to God there's something wrong with me. There really is. But this time I feel myself slightly roll over, so I'm resting on his chest under his arm. He smells vaguely of bonfires. At some point I think someone opens the door and sees us lying there half asleep together. Whoever it is looks at us for a moment before quietly shutting the door again. The shouting downstairs begins to ease, even though the music is still pumping. I half listen for any demonic creatures outside the window. But it's a silent night. Nothing traps me. It's nice. I feel the air in the room, and it's like there is none. My phone rings. 1:39 a.m. Home calling. Hello?
Tori, are you coming home yet?
Oliver, why aren't you in bed?
I was watching Doctor Who.
You didn't watch the Weeping Angels episode, did you? Ollie, are you alright? Why did you call me? Oliver, are you there?
Something's wrong with Charlie.
My face must then do something very unusual, because Michael gives me this look, this funny, terrified look. What has happened? What's happened, Oliver? What's Charlie done? Where is he?
I can't get in the kitchen. Charlie shut the door and I can't open it. I can hear him. When are you coming home, Tori?
I'm coming home right now. I hang up. Michael is awake. I am cross-legged in the middle of the bed. He is cross-legged opposite me. Shit, I say. Shit, 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 fucking fuck! Michael doesn't even ask. He just says,
I'll take you home.
We are running. Out the door and down the stairs and through the people, some still partying, some piled on the floor, some making out, some crying. I'm almost at the front door when Becky catches me. She is fucked.
I'm fucked.
She grabs my arm really tight. I'm going now, Becky.
You're so cute, Tori. I miss you. I love you so much. You are so beautiful and cute.
Becky! She flops onto my shoulder, knees buckling.
Don't be sad. Promise me, Tori. Promise me. Promise you won't be sad anymore.
I promise. I have to.
I hate Jack. He is such a bitch. I deserve someone like Ben. He is so beautiful, like you. You hate everything, but you're still beautiful. You're a ghost. I love you so much. So much. Don't be sad anymore.
I don't really want to leave her because she's beyond drunk, but I need to get home. Michael actually pushes me forward and we abandon Becky, whose legs look too spindly now, her makeup too thick, her hair too back-combed. Michael is running and so am I. He gets on his bike. It's a real bicycle. Do people even ride these anymore?
Get on the back,
he says. You are joking, I say.
It's that or walk.
I get on the back. And with that, Sherlock Holmes and Wednesday Addams fly into the night. He's cycling so fast that the houses we pass blur into grey and brown wavy lines, and I'm clinging onto his waist so tight that my fingers have lost feeling. I realize that I'm happy, even though I shouldn't be, and the conflicting emotion only makes the moment more insane, more radiant, more immersible. The air tears at my face and makes my eyes water, and I lose track of where we are, even though I know this town inside out. And all I can think of is that this must have been what that boy who flew away with E.T. felt like. Like I could die right now, and it wouldn't matter. We are at my house within 15 minutes. Michael doesn't come inside. He has manners, I'll give him that. He sits up on the bike as I look back at him.
I hope he's all right,
he says. I nod. He nods and cycles away. I unlock the door and enter my house. 13. Oliver trots sleepily down the stairs. Thomas the Tank Engine pyjamas, Teddy in his arm. I'm glad he's never understood what's wrong with Charlie. You all right, Oliver?
Yeah.
You gonna go to bed?
What about Charlie?
He'll be fine. Leave it all to me. Oliver nods and ambles back up the stairs, rubbing his eyes. I rush toward the kitchen door, which is closed. I feel sick. I'm not even fully awake. Charlie! I knock on the door. Total silence. I attempt to get in, but he's blocked it with something. Open the door, Charles, I'm not joking. I'll break the door.
No, you won't.
His voice is dead. Empty. But I'm relieved because he's alive. I turn the handle down and push with my whole body.
Don't come in.
He sounds panicked, which makes me panicked because Charlie has never panicked, and that is what makes him Charlie.
Don't come in here, please.
There's a clattering of things being frantically moved around. I keep heaving my body under the door, and whatever is blocking it begins to move away. I make a gap large enough for me to squeeze inside, and I do.
No, go away. Leave me alone.
I look at him.
Get out.
He's been crying. His eyes are dark red and purple, and the darkness of the room drowns him in a haze. There is a plate of lasagna on the kitchen table. Cold. Untouched. All of our food has been removed from the cupboards and the fridge and the freezer and set out in order of size and colour in various piles around the room. There are a couple of blood-stained tissues in his hands. He's not better.
I'm sorry.
He croaks, slumped in a chair, head rolled backward, eyes vacant.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
I can't do anything. It's hard not to throw up.
I'm sorry.
He keeps saying.
I'm so sorry.
Where's Nick? I say. Why is he not with you? He goes deep red and then mumbles something inaudible. What?
We argued. He left.
I start shaking my head. It goes from left to right in an uncontrollable act of defiance. That bastard! That stupid bastard!
No, Victoria. It was my fault.
My phone is in my hand and I'm punching in Nick's number.
Hello?
Do you understand the severity of what you've done, you absolute prick?
Tori? What are you...
If Oliver hadn't called me, Charlie might have... I can't even say it. This is entirely your fault.
I'm not... Wait, what the hell's happened?
What the hell do you think has happened? You left Charlie during a mealtime. You can't do that. You can't do that. You can't leave him while he's eating, let alone upset him. Didn't you learn that last year?
I didn't.
I trusted you. You were supposed to look after him, and now I've walked into the kitchen and he's... I shouldn't have gone out. I should have been here. I'm the person that's supposed to be there when this happens.
Wait, what?
I'm holding the phone so tight I'm shaking. Charlie is looking at me, silent tears falling from his eyes. He's so old now. He's not a little kid. In a couple of months he'll be 16 like me. He looks older than me, for God's sake. He could pass for 18 easy. I drop the phone, draw up a chair next to my brother and put my arms around him. Nick gets here, and with Charlie we clear up the kitchen. Charlie keeps wincing and clutching his head as I upset his precious piles of tins and packets. But I do it anyway because his psychiatrist told us that you have to be brutal. He used to shout at me when I moved his food around. Sometimes he tried to physically stop me. He doesn't do that anymore. I get rid of the lasagna. I find the first aid kit and put plaster on Charlie's arm. Luckily the cuts aren't deep enough to need stitches this time. I set the table and make 3 rounds of beans on toast, and the 3 of us sit down. It's a difficult meal. Charlie doesn't want to eat anything. His knees keep bobbing up and down, and his fork keeps reaching his mouth and stopping, unwilling to go any further. Sometimes in the hospital they'd let him drink this extremely high-calorie drink instead of eating a meal. We don't have any of that in our house. I try not to shout at Charlie because that will make everything worse. Eventually Nick and I escort him to bed.
I'm sorry,
says Charlie, lying in bed with his arms across his forehead. I'm standing at the doorway. Nick is on the floor in Charlie's spare pajamas, which are much too small for him, with a spare duvet and pillow. He is staring at Charlie with an expression somehow simultaneously encompassing fear and love. I haven't forgiven him yet, but I know that he will redeem himself. I know that he cares about Charlie. A lot. I know, I say. But I'm going to have to tell Mum and Dad.
I know.
I'll come back and check on you in a bit.
Okay.
I stand there. After a while, he says,
Are you okay?
An odd question, in my opinion. He is the one who just... I'm completely fine. I turn out the light and go downstairs and call Dad. He stays calm. Too calm. I don't like it. I want him to freak out and shout and panic, but he doesn't. He tells me that they'll come home right away. I put the phone down, pour a glass of diet lemonade, and sit in the living room for a while. It's the middle of the night. The curtains are all open. You do not find many people like Charlie Spring in the world. I suppose I have implied this already. You especially do not find many people like Charlie Spring at an all-boys school. If you want my opinion, all-boys schools sound like hell. Maybe it's because I don't know many boys. Maybe it's because I get a pretty bad impression of the guys I see coming out of the room gates, pouring fizzy drinks into one another's hair, calling one another gay and bullying gingers. I don't know. I don't know anything about Charlie's life at that school. I head back upstairs and peer into Charlie's room. He and Nick are now both fast asleep in Charlie's bed. Charlie curled into Nick's chest. I shut the door. I go to my room. I start shaking again, and I look at myself in the mirror for a long time and begin to wonder if I really am Wednesday Addams. I remember finding Charlie in the bathroom that time. There was a lot more blood then. It's very dark in my room, but my laptop screen acts as a dim blue lamp. I pace around in circles, around and around until my feet hurt. I put on some Bon Iver, and then some Muse, and then some Noah and the Whale. You know, really dumb angsty stuff. I cry, and then I don't. There's a text on my phone, but I don't read it. I listen to the dog. They're all coming to get you. Your heartbeats are footsteps. Your brother is psychotic. You don't have any friends. Nobody feels bad for you. Beauty and the Beast isn't real. It's funny because it's true. Don't be sad anymore. Don't be sad anymore. 14. 2:02 p.m. Michael Holden calling. Hello?
I didn't wake you up, did I?
Michael? No.
Good. Sleep is important.
How did you get my number?
You called me, remember? Back in the IT room. I saved your number.
That's very sneaky of you.
I'd call it resourceful.
Did you call about Charlie?
I called about you. Is Charlie okay?
My parents took him to the hospital today, for tests and stuff.
Where are you?
In bed.
At 2 in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Could I...
What?
Could I come over?
Why?
I don't like the thought of you there on your own. You remind me of an old person who lives alone, like with cats and daytime television.
Oh, really?
And I am a friendly young chap who would like to pop over, so you can reminisce about the war and share some tea and biscuits.
I don't like tea.
But you like biscuits. Everyone likes biscuits.
I'm not in a biscuit mood today.
Well, I'm still coming over, Tori.
You don't have to come over. I'm completely fine.
Don't lie.
He is coming over. I don't bother changing out to my pajamas or brushing my hair or seeing if my face actually looks human. I don't care. I don't get out of bed even though I'm hungry, accepting the fact that my unwillingness to get up will probably result in my death from starvation. Then I realize that I can't possibly let my parents have 2 children who knowingly starve themselves. Oh God, dilemma. Even lying in bed is stressful. The doorbell rings and makes my decision for me. I stand on the porch with one hand on the open door. He stands on the top step, looking much too preppy and much too tall with his hair side parted and his glasses stupidly large. His bike is chained to our fence, I hadn't noticed last night, but it actually has a basket on it. It's minus 1,000,000,000 degrees, but he's just in a t-shirt and jeans again. He looks at me up and down.
Oh dear.
I go to shut the door on him, but he holds it open with one hand. I can't stop him after that. He just grabs me. His arms wrap around me. His chin rests on my head. My arms are trapped at my side, and my cheek is sort of squashed into his chest. The wind twirls around us, but I'm not cold. He makes me a cup of tea. I hate tea, for God's sake. We drink out of faded mugs at the kitchen table. He asks me,
What do you normally do on Saturdays? Do you go out?
Not if I can help it, I say. What do you do?
I don't really know.
I take a sip of the dirty water. You don't know? He leans back.
Time passes. I do stuff. Some of it matters, some of it doesn't.
I thought you were an optimist. He grins.
Just because something doesn't matter doesn't mean it's not worth doing.
The light in our kitchen is off. It is very dark.
So where shall we go today?
I shake my head. I can't go out. Oliver's here. He blinks at me.
Oliver?
I wait for him to remember, but he doesn't. My 7-year-old brother? I did tell you I had 2 brothers. He blinks again.
Oh yeah, you did.
He really is quite excited.
Is he like you? Can I meet him?
I'm sure. I call Oliver, and he comes downstairs after a minute or so with a tractor in one hand, still in his pyjamas and dressing gown on. The dressing gown has tiger ears on the hood. He stands on the stairs, leans over the banister, and stares into the kitchen. Michael introduces himself, of course, with a wave and a blinding smile.
Hello! I'm Michael.
Oliver introduces himself too with equal vigour.
My name's Oliver Jonathan Spring,
he says, waving his tractor around.
And this is Tractor Tom.
He holds Tractor Tom to his ear and listens before continuing.
Tractor Tom does not think that you're dangerous, so you're allowed to go in the living room tractor if you want.
I would be absolutely delighted to visit the living room tractor,
says Michael. I think he's a little surprised. Oliver is nothing like me whatsoever. Oliver studies him with judging eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he holds a hand up to his mouth and whispers loudly to me.
Is he your boyfriend?
This actually makes me laugh. Out loud. A real laugh. Michael laughs too, and then stops and looks at me while I continue smiling. I don't think he's seen me laugh before. Has he seen me smile properly before? He doesn't say anything. He just looks. And that is how the rest of my Saturday comes to be spent with Michael Holden. I don't bother changing. Michael invades our kitchen cupboard and teaches me how to make chocolate cake, and then we eat chocolate cake for the rest of the day. Michael cuts the cake into cubes, not slices, and when I query him on this, he simply replies, I don't like to conform to typical cake-cutting convention. Oliver keeps running up and down stairs, showing Michael his large and varied collection of tractors, in which Michael takes a politely enthusiastic interest. I have a nap in my room between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m., while Michael lies on the floor and reads Metamorphosis. When I wake up, he tells me why the main character isn't really the main character, or something like that, and also how he didn't like the ending because the supposed main character dies. Then he apologizes for spoiling the ending for me. I remind him I don't read. After that, the 3 of us clamber inside the living room tractor and play this old board game called Game of Life that Michael found under my bed. You receive all this money, sort of like Monopoly, and then the objective of the game appears to be to have the most successful life, the best job, the highest income, the biggest house, the most insurance. It's a very odd game. Anyway, that takes up about 2 hours, and after another round of cake, we play Sonic Heroes on the PS2. Oliver triumphantly beats us both, and I have to give him a piggyback for the rest of the evening as a result. Once I put him to bed, I make Michael watch the Royal Tenenbaums with me. He cries when Luke Wilson slits his wrist. We both cry when Luke Wilson and Gwyneth Paltrow decide they have to keep their love a secret. It is 10 o'clock when Mom, Dad, and Charlie get home. Charlie goes straight upstairs to bed without saying anything to me. Michael and I are on the sofa in the living room, and he is playing me some music on my laptop. He's got it hooked up to the stereo. Piano music or something. It's making us both doze off, and I am leaning on him, but not in a romantic way or anything. Mom and Dad sort of stop in the doorway and just stay there, blinking, paralyzed.
Hello,
says Michael. He jumps up and holds out a hand to Dad.
I'm Michael Holden. I'm Tori's new friend.
Dad shakes it.
Michael Holden. Right. Nice to meet you, Michael.
Michael shakes Mom's hand as well, which I think is a bit weird. I don't know. I'm no expert on social etiquette.
Right,
Says Mom.
of course, Tori's friend.
I hope it's alright that I came around.
Says Michael.
I met Tori a couple of weeks ago. I thought she might be a bit lonely.
Not at all.
Says Dad, nodding.
That's very kind of you, Michael.
This conversation is so boring and cliché that I'm almost tempted to fall asleep. But I don't. Michael turns back to Dad.
I read Metamorphosis while I was here. Tori told me you lent it to her. I thought it was brilliant.
You did?
The light of literature dawns in Dad's eyes.
What did you make of it?
They carry on talking about literature while I'm lying on the sofa. I see my mom stealing glances at me, as if trying to stare the truth out of me. No, I telepathically tell her. No, Michael is not my boyfriend. He cries at Beauty and the Beast. He taught me how to make chocolate cake. He stalked me when I went into a restaurant and pretended to forget why. 15. When I wake up, I can't remember who I am, because I'd been having some crazy dream. Soon, however, I wake up properly to find that Sunday is here. I'm still on the sofa. My phone is in my dressing gown pocket, and I look at it to check the time. 7:42 a.m. I immediately head upstairs and peer into Charlie's room. He's still asleep, obviously. And he looks so peaceful. It would be nice if he always looked like that. Yesterday, Michael Holden told me a lot of things, and one of those things was where he lives. Therefore, and I'm still not quite sure how or why this happens, something on this desolate Sunday makes me get up off the sofa and journey to his house on the Dying Sun. The Dying Sun is a cliff top overlooking the river. It is the only cliff in the country. I don't know why there is a cliff over a river, because there are never normally cliffs over rivers except in films and abstract documentaries about places you will never go to. But the Dying Sun is so dramatically named because if you stand facing out on the furthest point of the cliff, you are exactly opposite the sun as it sets. A couple of years back I decided to take a walk around our town, and I remember the long brown house that sat mere meters away from the cliff edge, like it was ready to take a leap. Maybe it's the fact that I can actually remember all this that causes me to wander up the long country lane and halt outside the brown house on the Dying Sun at 9 o'clock in the morning. Michael's house has a wooden gate and a wooden door, and a sign on its front wall reading Jane's Cottage. It's somewhere you'd expect either a farmer or a lonely old person to live. I stand there, just outside the gate. Coming here was a mistake. An utter mistake. It's like 9 in the morning. No one is up at 9 in the morning on a Sunday. I can't just knock on someone's house. That's what you did in primary school, for God's sake. I head back down the lane. I've taken 20 steps when I hear the sound of the front door opening.
Tori?
I stop on the road. I shouldn't have come here. I should not have come here.
Tori, that is you, isn't it?
Very slowly, I turn around. Michael has shut the gate and is jogging down the road toward me. He stops before me and grins his dazzling grin. For a moment, I don't actually believe it's him. He is positively dishevelled. His hair, usually gelled into a side part, flies around in wavy tufts, and he is wearing a truly admirable amount of clothes, including a woolly jumper and woolly socks. His glasses are slipping off his nose. He doesn't look awake, and his voice, normally so wispy, is a little hoarse.
Tori!
He says, and clears his throat.
It's Tori Spring!
Why did I come here? What was I thinking? Why am I an idiot?
You came to my house,
he says, shaking his head back and forth in what can only be described as pure amazement.
I mean, I thought you might, but I didn't at the same time, you know?
I glance to one side. Sorry.
No, I'm really glad that you did. Really.
I can go home. I didn't mean to.
No!
He laughs, and it's a nice laugh. He runs a hand through his hair. I've never seen him do that before. I find myself smiling back. I'm not quite sure how that happens either. A car rolls up behind us, and we quickly move to the side of the road to let it pass. The sky is still a little orange, and in every other direction except the town, all you can see are fields, many abandoned and wild, their long grass flowing like sea waves. I start to feel like I'm actually in the Pride and Prejudice film. You know, that bit at the end where they go out to that field in the mist and the sun is rising. Would you like to go out? I say, and then quickly add, today. He is literally awestruck. Why am I an idiot?
Yes, definitely. Wow, yes, yes.
Why? I look back to the house. You have a nice house, I say. I wonder what it's like inside. I wonder who his parents are. I wonder how he's decorated his bedroom. Posters, lights. Maybe he painted something. Maybe he has old board games stacked up on shelves. Maybe he has a beanbag. Maybe he has figurines. Maybe he has Aztec patterned bed sheets and black walls, and teddies in a box and a diary under his pillow. He looks at the house, his expression suddenly downcast.
Yeah,
he says.
I guess.
Then he turns back to me.
But we should go out somewhere.
He quickly runs back to the gate and locks it. His hair is just hilarious, but kind of nice. I can't stop looking at it. He walks back and passes me, and then turns and holds out his hand. His jumper, much too big for him, flutters around his body.
Coming?
I step toward him, and then I do something, really pathetic. Your hair, I say, lifting my hand and taking hold of a dark strand that covers his blue eye. It's free. I move the strand to one side. I then realize what I'm doing, jump backward and cringe. I sort of wish I could disappear, Harry Potter style. For what feels like an ice age, he doesn't stop looking at me with this frozen expression. And after that I swear he goes a little red. He's still holding out his hand, so I take it, but it almost makes him jump.
Your hand is so cold,
he says.
Do you have any blood?
No, I say. I'm a ghost, remember. 16. Something is different in the air as we stroll down the road. We are hand in hand, but definitely not in a romantic way. Michael's face spins around and around in my mind, and I come to the conclusion that I do not know the boy walking next to me. I do not know him at all. Michael takes me to a cafe in the town named Café Rivière. It is next to the river, hence the unoriginal name, and I have been here many times before. We are the only people there apart from the elderly French owner sweeping the floor, and we sit at a table with a gingham tablecloth and a vase of flowers by a window. Michael drinks tea. I eat a croissant. Dying, though I don't know why, to make conversation, I start with. So, why did you change schools? The immediate look on his face tells me that this was not the casual question I had intended it to be. I cringe. Sorry, that was nosy. You don't have to answer. For several long moments he continues to drink his tea. Then he puts down the cup and stares into the flowers between us.
No, it's fine. It's not too important.
He chuckles to himself, as if remembering something.
I didn't get on too well with the people there. Not teachers, not students. I thought a change of scene might do me some good. I thought maybe I'd get along better with girls, or something stupid like that.
He shrugs and laughs, but it's not a funny laugh. It's a different sort of laugh.
Nope. Obviously, my personality is far too fantastic for both girls and boys to handle.
I don't know why, but I start to feel quite sad. It's not my normal type of sad, you know, the unnecessary and self-inflicted pity party sort of sad. But it's a sad that's kind of projected outward. You should be on Waterloo Road or Skins or something, I say. He laughs again.
Why's that?
Because you're... I finish my sentence with a shrug. He replies with a smile. We are silent for several moments more. I eat. He drinks. What are you doing next year? I ask. It's a bit like I'm giving him an interview, but for once I've got this odd feeling. Like I'm interested. University? He absently fondles his cup.
No. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's too late now anyway. The UCAS deadline was yesterday. How am I supposed to decide on a university course? Most of the time at school, I can't even decide which pen to use.
I thought our school, makes you apply to uni in year 13. Or at least apprenticeships and stuff, even if you don't accept the place in the end. He raises his eyebrows.
You know, school can't make you do anything.
The truth of this statement is like a punch in the face. But why didn't you apply to a few unis anyway? Just in case you decide you want to go.
Because I hate school!
This is quite loud. He starts to shake his head.
The idea of having to sit in a chair for 3 years and learn about stuff that isn't going to help me in life literally disgusts me. I've always been crap at exams, and I always will be. And I hate that everyone thinks that you have to go to university to have a decent life.
I sit there, dumbstruck. We say nothing for a minute or so before he finally meets my eyes.
I'll probably just stick with sports,
he says, calm again with a sheepish grin. Oh, right. What do you play?
Huh?
What sport do you play?
I'm a speed skater.
Wait, what?
I'm a speed skater.
Like racing? On ice?
Yup.
I shake my head. It's like you just picked the most random sport. He nods acceptingly.
I guess it is.
Are you any good? There is a pause.
I'm okay,
he says. It has started to rain. The drops fall in the river, water meeting water, and trickle down the window like the glass is crying.
Being a skater would be pretty cool,
he says.
But, you know, it's hard. Things like that are hard.
I eat a bit more croissant.
It's raining.
He leans on his hand.
If the sun came back out, there'd be a rainbow. It would be beautiful.
I look out the window. The sky is grey. There doesn't need to be a rainbow for it to be beautiful. The cafe owner mumbles something. An old woman with a walking stick hobbles inside and sits near us by a window. It seems to take her a great deal of effort. I notice the flowers on our table are fake.
What should we do next?
Asks Michael. I take a moment to think. They're playing The Empire Strikes Back at the cinema this afternoon, I say.
You're a Star Wars fan?
I fold my arms. Is that surprising? He looks at me.
You're very surprising, in general.
Then his expression changes.
You're a Star Wars fan,
he says. I frown. Yeah.
And you can play the violin?
Yeah.
Do you like cats?
I start to laugh. What in the name of fuck are you talking about?
Humour me for a minute.
Fine. Yeah, cats are pretty fabulous.
And what's your opinion about Madonna and Justin Timberlake?
Michael is a very strange person, but this conversation is advancing more and more toward the insanity line. Yeah, some of their songs are good, but please tell me what you're talking about. I'm starting to worry for your mental health.
Solitaire.
We both freeze, staring at each other. The Star Wars prank. The violin video. The cats. Material Girl. Justin Timberlake's sexy back. Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting?
What do you think I'm suggesting?
Michael asks innocently. I think you're suggesting that Solitaire has something to do with me.
And what do you say to that?
I say that's the most hilarious thing I've heard all year. I stand up and start to put on my coat. I'm literally the dullest person on the face of the earth.
That's what you think.
Instead of arguing further, I ask, why are you so interested in them? He pauses and leans back again.
I don't know. I just get curious about this stuff, you know? I want to know who's doing it, and why.
He chuckles.
I have a pretty sad life as it is.
It takes a few seconds for the full impact of his final line to reach me. It's the first time I've heard Michael Holden say something like that. Like something I would say. Hey, I say. I nod at him earnestly. So do I. Before we leave the cafe, Michael buys the old woman a pot of tea. Then he takes me to the ice rink to show me how fast he can skate. It turns out he's BFFs with every single staff member. He high-fives them all on the way in, and they insist on high-fiving me as well, which is kind of weird, but also makes me feel sort of cool. Michael is an insane skater. He doesn't skate past me. He flies. and everything slows and I watch as his face turns toward me and this smile, his smile, stretches outward, and then he just vanishes, leaving only dragon's breath. I, comparatively, fall over 7 times. After I've been wobbling around on the ice for quite some time, he decides to take pity and skate with me. I clutch his hands, trying not to fall flat on my face, as he skates backward, pulling me along and laughing so hard at my concentration face that tiny tears emerge out of the corner of his eyes. Once I get the hang of things, we figure skate around the rink to Radio People by Zapp, an underrated 80s gem, and coincidentally my favourite song from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. On the way out, after an hour or so, he shows me the picture of him on the skating club board, age 10, holding a trophy high above his head. There's no one in town apart from a few oldies. Sleepy Sunday. We visit the antique shops. I play a second-hand violin, and I manage to remember a surprisingly large number of pieces. Michael joins in on a piano, and we jam until the shop owners decide we're too annoying and chuck us out. In another shop, we find this amazing kaleidoscope. It's wooden and slides outward like a telescope, and we take it in turns gazing at the patterns until Michael decides to buy it. It's expensive, too. I ask him why he bought it. He said because he didn't like the thought of no one ever looking into it. We walk along the river and throw stones in and play poo sticks on the bridge. We go back to Café Rivière for a late lunch and more tea for Michael. We go to the cinema to see The Empire Strikes Back, which of course is excellent, and then we hang around to watch Dirty Dancing because apparently it's back to the 80s day. Dirty Dancing is a very stupid film. The main girl is probably the most irritating individual I've ever had the misfortune to encounter, mostly due to her outfits and her voice. Midway through the film, I get another message on my blog. Anonymous. Thought for the day. Why do people leave newspapers on trains? I show this one to Michael.
What a fantastic question,
he says. I fail to see how it's a fantastic question, so I delete it, just like I did the others. I don't know what the time is, but it's getting dark now. We go back to the dying sun. A little further along the cliff is Michael's house, glowing against the sky. The cliff top really is the best place in the world. The best end of the universe. We balance on the edge, letting the wind flow past our ears. I dangle my legs off, and after some persuasion, so does he.
The sun's setting,
he says. The sun also rises, I say, before I can stop myself. His head turns like a robot.
Say that again.
What?
Say that again.
Say what?
What you just said.
I sigh. The sun also rises.
And who, might I ask, wrote that literary jewel?
I sigh again. Ernest Hemingway. He starts shaking his head.
You hate literature. You hate it. You can't even bring yourself to read Pride and Prejudice. Name 3 other Hemingway novels.
Really? You're really going to make me do that? He smiles. I roll my eyes. From Whom the Bell Tolls, The Old Man and the Sea, A Farewell to Arms. His mouth opens in astonishment. It's not like I've read any of them.
Now I'm going to have to test you.
Jesus.
Who wrote The Bell Jar? Don't pretend you don't know it, Spring.
That's the first time you've called me by my surname only. I'm not sure what this says about our relationship. Fine. Sylvia Plath.
Who wrote The Catcher in the Rye?
J.D. Salinger. You're giving me really easy ones.
Okay then. Who wrote Endgame?
Samuel Beckett.
A Room of One's Own?
Virginia Woolf. He gives me a long look before.
The Beautiful and Damned.
I want to stop myself saying the answer, but I can't. I can't lie to him. F. Scott Fitzgerald. He shakes his head.
You know all the names to books, but you haven't read a single one. It's like it's raining money, but you refuse to catch a single coin.
I know that if I persisted past the first few pages, I would probably enjoy some books, but I don't. I can't read books because I know that none of it is real. Yeah, I'm a hypocrite. Films aren't real, but I love them. But books, they're different. When you watch a film, you're sort of an outsider looking in. With a book, you're right there. You are inside. You are the main character. A minute later he asks,
Have you ever had a boyfriend, Tori?
I snort. Clearly not.
Don't say that. You're a sexy beast. You could easily have had a boyfriend.
I'm not a sexy beast in any way whatsoever. I put on an accent. I am a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. This actually makes Michael laugh so hard he has to roll over and hide his face in his hands, which makes me laugh too. We continue laughing hysterically until the sun is almost completely gone. Once we calm down, Michael lies back in the grass.
I hope you don't mind me saying, but Becky doesn't really seem to hang around you much at school. I mean, if you didn't know, you wouldn't guess that you were best friends.
He looks at me.
You don't really talk to each other very much.
I cross my legs. Another sudden topic change. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's why we're best friends, because we don't need to talk much anymore. I look back at him stretched out. His arm is laid over his forehead, his hair splayed out in the dark, and the remaining light swirls in kaleidoscope shapes in his blue eye. I look away. She has a lot more friends than me, I guess. But that's all right. I don't mind. It's understandable. I'm quite boring. I mean, she'd have a really boring life if she hung around me all the time.
You're not boring. You're the epitome of not boring.
Pause.
I think you're a really good friend,
he says. I turn again. He smiles at me, and it reminds me of his expression when we walked through C16's door that day. Wild. Shining. Something not quite reachable about it.
Becky's really lucky to have someone like you.
I would be nothing without Becky, I think. Even though things are different now. Sometimes it makes me tear up thinking about how much I love her. It's the other way around, I say. The clouds have mostly cleared now. The sky is orange at the horizon, leading up to the dark blue above our heads. It looks like a portal. I start thinking about the Star Wars film we watched earlier. I wanted to be a Jedi so badly when I was a kid. My lightsaber would have been green. I should go home, I say eventually. I didn't tell my parents I was going out.
Ah, right.
We both stand up.
Well, I'll walk home with you.
You really don't have to. But he does anyway. 17. When we arrive outside my house, the sky is black and there are no stars. Michael turns and puts his arm around me. It takes me by surprise, so I don't have time to react, and my arms are once again trapped at my sides.
I had a really good day,
he says, holding me. So did I. He lets go.
Do you think we're friends now?
I hesitate. I can't think why. I hesitate for no reason. I will regret the conversation that occurs next for the rest of my life. It's like, I say, you really want to be friends with me? He looks slightly embarrassed, almost apologetic. It's like you're doing it for yourself, I say.
All friendships are selfish. Maybe, if we were all selfless, we would leave each other alone.
Sometimes that's better. This hurts him. I shouldn't have said it. I'm pushing his temporary happiness out.
Is it?
I don't know why I can't just say that we're friends and be done with it. What is this? This whole thing. I met you like 2 weeks ago. None of this makes any sense. I don't understand why you want to be friends with me.
That's what you said last time.
Last time?
Why are you making this so complicated? We're not 6 years old.
I say. I'm just awful at... I don't know. His mouth turns down. I don't know what to say, I say.
It's all right.
He takes off his glasses and wipes them on his jumper sleeve. I've never seen him without his glasses on.
It's fine.
And then as he replaces his glasses, all the sadness disintegrates, and what's left underneath is the real Michael. The fire. The boy who skates. The boy who followed me into a restaurant to tell me something he couldn't remember. The boy who has nothing better to do than force me to get out of the house and live.
Is it time for me to give up?
He asks, and then answers.
No, it's not.
You sound like you're in love with me, I say. For God's sake.
There is no reason why I couldn't be in love with you.
You implied that you were gay.
That's entirely subjective.
Are you then?
Am I gay?
Are you in love with me? He winks.
It's a mystery.
I'm going to take that as a no.
Of course you are. Of course you're going to take that as a no. You didn't even need to ask me that question, did you?
He's annoying me now. A lot. Jesus fucking Christ! I know I'm some stupid, twatchous pessimist, but stop acting like I'm some maniacally depressed psychopath. And then suddenly, like a wind change or a bump in the road, or a moment that makes you scream in a horror film, suddenly, he's an entirely different person. His smile dies and the blue and green of his eyes darken. He clenches his fist and snarls. He actually snarls at me.
Maybe you are a manically depressed psychopath.
I freeze, stunned, wanting to be sick. Fine. I turn around and go into the house and shut the door. Charlie is at Nick's for once. I go to his room and lie down. He has a world map next to his bed with certain places circled. Prague, Kyoto, Seattle. There are also several pictures of him with Nick. Nick and Charlie at the London Eye. Nick and Charlie at a rugby match. Nick and Charlie at the beach. His room is so tidy. Obsessively tidy. It smells of cleaning spray. I look at the book he's reading, which is beside his pillow. It is called Less Than Zero, and is by Bret Easton Ellis. Charlie talked to me about it once. He said he liked it because it's the sort of book that makes you understand people a little better. He also said it helped him understand me a little better. I didn't really believe him because I think that novels can very easily brainwash people, and apparently Bret Easton Ellis is infamous on Twitter. In his bedside table is a drawer that used to have all these chocolate bars stacked and ordered inside. But Mom found them and threw them away a few weeks before he had to go to the hospital the first time. Now there are a lot of books in the drawer. A lot that Dad's obviously given him. I shut the drawer. I go get my laptop and bring it into Charlie's room and scroll through some blogs. I've ruined it, haven't I? I'm angry that Michael said that stuff. I hate that he said that stuff. But I said stupid stuff too. I sit and wonder whether Michael is going to talk to me tomorrow. This is probably my fault. Everything is my fault. I wonder how much Becky will talk about Ben tomorrow. A lot. I think about who else I could hang around with. There isn't anyone. I think about how I do not want to leave this house ever again. I think about whether I had any homework to do this weekend. I think about what a dreadful person I am. I put on Amelie, which is the best foreign film in the history of cinema. I tell you, this is one of the original indie films. It gets romance right. You can tell that it's genuine. It's not just, she's pretty, he's handsome, they both hate each other, then they realize there's another side to both of them, they start to like each other, love declaration, the end. Amelie's romance is meaningful. It's not fake. It's believable. It's real. I go downstairs. Mom is on the computer. I tell her good night, but it takes her at least 20 seconds to hear me, so I just head back upstairs with a glass of diet lemonade. 18. Becky is with Ben Hope at school. They are together now. They're together in the common room, and they're smiling a lot. After I have been sitting nearby in a swivel chair for several minutes, Becky finally notices I'm here.
Hey!
Becky beams at me, but the greeting sounds forced. Morning. Becky and Ben are also sitting, Becky's legs up on Ben's lap.
I don't think I've spoken to you before,
says Ben. He is so attractive that I feel extra awkward. I hate that.
What's your name?
Tori Spring, I say. I'm in your maths. And English.
Oh, right. Yeah, I thought I'd seen you.
I don't think he's seen me.
Yeah, I'm Ben.
Yeah. We sit there for a bit, him expecting me to continue the conversation. He clearly doesn't know me well.
Wait, Tori Spring?
He squints at me.
Are you Charlie Spring's sister?
Yeah.
Charlie Spring, who goes out with Nick Nelson?
Yeah. Instantly, all traces of smarminess drop from his face, leaving only a kind of strangled anxiety. For a moment, it's almost as if he's searching for some reaction from me. But then it's gone.
Cool. Yeah, I saw him around at Shroom.
I nod. Cool.
You knew Charlie Spring?
Asks Becky. Ben fiddles with his shirt buttons.
Not closely, just saw him around, small world, innit?
Yeah, I say, and then mutter. Isn't it? Becky is staring at me with a strange expression. I stare back at her, trying to telepathically tell her that I don't want to be here.
Tori,
says Becky.
Did you do the sociology homework?
Yeah, did you? She grins sheepishly and glances sideways at Ben. They exchange a cheeky look.
We were busy.
She giggles. I try not to think about the connotations of the word busy. Evelyn has been here the whole time, faced away from us, chatting to some other Year 12s who I don't talk to. At this point, she spins around on her chair, rolls her eyes at Ben and Becky and says,
Why are you guys so adorable?
I look at her. She has a very peculiar hairstyle today, which only emphasizes her hipster originality. She is wearing chunky earrings and her nails are black. I know that it shouldn't matter what you look like or how you dress yourself, and I try very hard not to judge her. But I'm a very bad person, so I fail miserably. I rummage around in my bag, find my homework, and give it to Becky. Just give it back in sociology, I say.
Aww.
She takes the piece of paper.
You are fabulous. Thanks, hun.
Becky has never called me hun in my entire life. She has called me man. She has called me mate. She has called me dude 100 billion times. But she has never, ever called me hun. The bell goes, and I leave without saying bye. Lucas comes up to me at break while I'm sorting out my books at my locker. He tries to start a conversation, and, to be fair, just because I feel sorry for him most of the time, I try really hard to talk to him. By try really hard, I mean I don't just ignore him. I feel like his hair has grown since Friday. We get talking about Becky's party.
Yeah, I went home kind of early,
he says.
You sort of disappeared halfway through.
I wonder if he saw me with Michael. Yeah, I say, looking briefly at him with one hand on my locker door. I went home too. He nods at me and puts his hands in his trouser pockets, but I can tell that he knows I didn't go home. There's a short silence before he quickly moves on.
I don't know if she liked my present,
he says with a shrug. Then he looks at me.
I was always really good at buying presents for you.
I nod. This is true. Yeah, you were.
April 5th, yeah?
He remembers my birthday. I turn away, taking longer than I need to retrieve my maths textbook. Well remembered. Another awkward pause.
Mine's October,
he says. He's already 17 then.
I thought you might not remember.
I'm not very good at remembering stuff.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
He laughs. I start to feel a little dazed. When the bell finally goes for period 3, the relief almost makes me pass out. By 4th period, Solitaire has struck again. The only website that the school computers are now able to access is the Solitaire blog, which is currently displaying a large photo of topless Jake Gyllenhaal beneath the following words. Solitarians, we have reached 2,000 followers. Your reward is the destruction of today's IT lessons at Hughs, a la Gyllenhaal. For those of you who do not attend Hughs, we are sure you will also appreciate the Gyllenhaal regardless. Patient skills. The teachers are practically hurling people out of the computer rooms and all IT lessons are cancelled until further notice. I applaud Solitaire for its efforts. Kent has decided to take things up a notch, and I don't blame him. At the start of lunch, I find myself walking into the sixth form office for a student interview, which is teacher lingo for interrogation. Kent's there at his computer, and Strasser's there too, blinking enthusiastically. I slump into a chair. On the opposite wall there is a poster that reads, "Talk helps." This is very, very pointless.
We won't keep you long,
says Strasser.
This is a safe space. Anything you say in this room will remain anonymous.
Kent gives Strasser a look.
We just want to know if you've seen or heard anything that might be of any help,
he says. No, I say, even though there's the message, and the C-13 hack, and the meetup. Sorry, nothing. I know that this is a lie, and I do not know why I lied. I just feel that if I say something about what I've seen and heard, that will make me involved, and I do not like being involved.
Fine,
says Kent.
Just be on the lookout. I know you're not a prefect, but you know.
I nod and get up to leave.
Tori,
says Kent. I turn around. He gives me a look. A different look. But then it's gone.
Be alert,
he says.
We can't have things getting any worse.
I'm scrolling through a blog in the common room at the end of lunch when our lot enter and sit at a table, having just come back from the cafeteria. Today, that's Becky and Lauren and Rita. No Lucas or Evelyn. I forgot to make myself a lunch and I don't have any money. But to be honest, the thought of food is making me feel slightly ill. Becky sees me at the computer and comes over. I exit the blog and put up an English essay I haven't finished.
Why are you here by yourself?
I haven't done that English essay.
What English essay? I thought we had that other homework.
The mini essay. The Heroes and Pride and Prejudice. It's due tomorrow.
Oh! Yeah, that's so not happening. I've started to realise that I'd much rather live my life than do work.
I nod as if I understand. Fair enough.
You saw my Facebook update, yeah?
Yeah. She sighs and puts her hands on her cheeks.
I'm just so happy. I can't even believe it. He's like the nicest guy I've ever met.
I nod and smile. I'm so happy for you. I keep nodding and smiling.
Like on Saturday, I texted him, like, did you mean all the things you said at my party, or was it just the drink talking? And he was like, no, I meant everything. I really like you.
That's cute.
I really like him as well.
Good. She takes out her phone and scrolls through it, then waves it around and laughs.
I haven't been this happy in ages.
I hold my hands together in my lap. I'm really glad for you, Becky.
Thanks.
We don't say anything for a few seconds. We just smile.
What did you do this weekend?
She asks out of obligation. I run my hands through my hair. A strand has been flicked over the wrong side. Nothing. You know me. She keeps eye contact.
I think you could be a lot more outgoing than you are. You just, don't try. If you tried, you could get a boyfriend really easily.
I don't really need a boyfriend, I say. After a little while, the bell goes for afternoon form, and I wonder whether there's even any point me turning up, seeing as my form tutor really does keep marking me as late in the register. I finished and printed the essay. Everyone goes off to their form groups except me. I start walking to my form room, but when I turn right, Michael walks past me, and seeing him makes me want to start kicking and punching things. He stops and asks,
"Where are you going?"
But I just walk out of the school gate and keep on walking. There is barely anyone in our dying town, and it's literally Arctic temperatures. But I left my coat at school, and when I finally get home, I'm totally alone. So I get into bed and sleep until Mom wakes me for dinner, not having any idea that I ran away from school. That evening, Charlie has an appointment with his psychiatrist at the hospital, and we all decide to go. Mom, Dad, and me. So we leave Oliver at home with Nick babysitting. Mom and Dad go in for the meeting first, leaving Charlie and me to wait in the visiting room. This is the first time I've been to the hospital since Charlie stayed here last year, and it's still as creepily optimistic. On the wall there is a painting of a rainbow and the sun with a smiley face. The adolescent ward has patients with every type of mental illness. Currently with us in the room is an anorexic girl reading The Hunger Games, and the irony of this is too cruel to laugh at. There is also a younger boy, perhaps 13, watching Shrek and cackling manically at everything Donkey says. Charlie hasn't talked to me since Friday, but I haven't talked to him either. After several minutes, he breaks our silence.
Why haven't we been talking?
He's wearing a loose-fitting checked shirt and jeans. His eyes are dark and dead. I don't know, is all I can say.
You're angry at me.
I'm definitely not.
You should be.
I fold my legs up on the sofa. It's not like it's your fault.
Then whose fault is it?
He leans on one hand.
Who's responsible for this?
No one, I snap. Shit happens. Shit happens to the wrong people. You know that. He looks at me for a long time, head slightly lowered. He's holding on to his shirt sleeves, so I can't see his wrist.
What have you been up to?
He asks. I pause before telling him. I was with Michael Holden all weekend. He raises his eyebrows. Not like that, I say.
I didn't say anything.
But you were thinking it.
Why were you with him all weekend? Are you friends now?
His eyes glimmer.
I didn't think you did that.
I frown. He told me I was a manically depressed psychopath. I don't think he... The water machine bubbles. The windows are open a crack and they are rattling the 1980s blinds. Charlie looks at me.
What else is happening?
He asks.
We haven't talked properly in ages.
I list the things. Becky is going out with Ben Hope. She talks about him all the time. I haven't talked to Mom and Dad properly since Saturday. I haven't been sleeping a lot. And Michael. Charlie nods.
That's a lot of things.
I know, a real array of first world problems. In the corridor outside the visiting lounge, the emergency alarm begins to sound, signifying that somewhere in the building a patient needs to be restrained. I watch through the blinds as a girl runs past, wailing, only to be pursued and leapt on by 3 large care assistants. It's almost comical. Charlie doesn't even blink.
Hang on,
he says.
Becky is going out with Ben Hope.
Yeah.
Ben Hope, who used to go to Trim.
What, do you know him? The question almost appears to startle him. After a short pause, he says,
Yeah, we used to be friends. Not really anymore, though.
Okay.
I'm staying off school tomorrow as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, Mum and Dad are making me. They're blowing this kind of out of proportion.
I snort. I found you in the kitchen covered in blood, idiot. He leans back.
Well, aren't I a fabulous drama queen?
Do you want me to get the bus with you on Wednesday? Usually I walk to school and Charlie gets the bus. I hate the bus. Charlie's expression softens and he smiles.
Yeah, thanks.
He adjusts himself on the sofa so that his body is facing me.
I think you should give Michael a chance.
A chance?
I know Nick and I said he's weird. And he is weird. And I know you think it's easier to be by yourself. But every minute you spend thinking about what you're not doing, that's another minute forgetting about how to be around other people.
I don't...
Michael's okay. He's proven that. I don't understand why you can't accept things like this. If you can't accept things you don't understand, then you'll spend your life questioning everything. Then you'll have to live out your life in your own head.
We are interrupted by a nurse who enters the room and asks Charlie to join Mum and Dad in the meeting. Charlie stands up but doesn't walk off. He looks down at me. Is that a bad thing? I ask. He blinks slowly, eyes flickering to the anorexic reading The Hunger Games.
Victoria, that is how you end up in a place like this.
19. The fire alarm goes off in period 5 the next day. I had just settled into a seat in the common room, iPod playing Fix You by Coldplay over and over on repeat. Pathetic, I know. When the siren began to wail. Now we were all here in the freezing wasteland of the school field, lined up in our form groups. I hear at least 3 people say something about a fire in Kent's office, but having been at an all-girls school for over 5 years, I have learned not to trust anything by word of mouth. No one I really know is in my form, so I shiver and look around. I see Michael in a form a few lines away, sort of out of place among the Year 13s. He looks sort of out of place everywhere. I start to wonder whether my outburst on Sunday is the reason why he hasn't called me or looked for me at school. I wonder whether he still wants to be friends. Maybe I should listen to Charlie. If he thinks that Michael is okay, then he probably is, and I should give him a chance. Not that it matters, because I declined his offer anyway. It's not like he's going to give me another chance. That's okay. That's fine. I don't want to go to that solitaire meet-up this Saturday, so at least I've gotten out of that. I keep looking at him because there's something not quite right. With half-shut eyes, he's staring blankly into a book, and his face is so frozen that it makes me tense up. In fact, I almost think he's about to cry. I can't quite see what the book is called, but it's very thick and is nearly at the end. Also, his tie isn't tied, It's wrapped around his neck like a scarf, and his side part is much too far over. I wish I knew what he was reading. I know I don't like books, but you can always tell what someone is thinking by what they're reading. A little way off, Lucas wanders onto the field with Evelyn and an anonymous boy with large hair, part of the last group to arrive. Lucas looks equally sad. I begin to feel that everyone is sad. Everything is sad. All sad. I wonder whether Lucas is Evelyn's secret boyfriend. It's possible. I don't want to think about Lucas or Michael anymore. I withdraw my phone and load up the Solitaire blog. I can at least have another look at Jake Gyllenhaal. He's a beautiful human being. But there's a new post that's overtaken Jake. It's a photo of a hand, maybe a girl's, but potentially a boy's, forefinger outstretched, just about to break the glass of a school fire alarm button. Underneath, the text reads, "Do I dare disturb the universe?" I stare at the photo for a long time, and I start to feel a bit claustrophobic. That question, those 2 lines of poetry, keep spinning around my head like it's asking it of me. I get to wondering how I even know that those 2 lines came from a poem, because I don't think I've even glanced at a poem that hasn't been part of schoolwork. I then wonder whether I could ask Michael, because he would probably know what poem it was from. But then I remember that he thinks I'm a manically depressed psychopath, so that is the end of that. 20. I get home. Everything normal happens. I say hello to Nick and Charlie. I turn on my laptop. I put a film on. And then I do something weird. I call Michael. 16:49 p.m. Outgoing call.
Hello?
Hi. It's Tori.
Tori? Really? You called me again? That's twice in a fortnight. You do not strike me as one who enjoys making phone calls.
Believe me, I'm not. I overreacted. I'm the one who has to say sorry. I called to say sorry.
I'm sorry too. I don't think you're a psychopath.
Don't you? It's a valid assumption.
I don't even know why we need to apologize to each other. I can't even remember what we were arguing about. You know, I don't even think we did argue.
Are you in denial?
Are you?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
I'm just sorry I snapped at you. I do want to be friends with you. Can we?
We're already friends, Tori. You don't need to ask. We're already friends. Is Charlie alright?
He's alright.
Are you alright?
I'm fine.
I see Becky and Ben are pretty snug together.
Oh yeah, they're practically conjoined. She's really happy.
Are you happy?
What?
Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy for her. I'm happy for her. She's my best friend. I'm really happy for her.
That's not what I asked.
I don't get it.
Will you still come to the Solitaire meetup with me on Saturday? I don't want to go alone.
Yeah.
You'll come?
Yes. Why can I hear wind? Where are you?
I'm at the rink.
The ice rink?
Do you know any other rinks?
You're on the phone and skating at the same time.
Men can multitask too, you know. Where are you?
Obviously at home.
Such a loser.
What's that music that's playing? That's film music, isn't it?
Is it?
It's from Gladiator. It's called Now We Are Free.
Your film knowledge is simply magical.
Magical?
You're magical, Tori.
You're the one who can ice skate. That's the closest thing to flying a human can do without a vehicle. You can fly, Michael. What?
I can fly.
You can fly.
No one's ever. I better meet you at Hogwarts then.
Or Neverland.
Or both.
Or both. 21. Sitting next to Charlie on the Wednesday morning bus journey calms me. I have a lot of unread messages on my blog, but I don't want to read them. It's much, much too sunny today. We meet Nick outside Truham. Nick gives Charlie a quick kiss and they start talking to each other, laughing. I watch him and Charlie walk in, and then head up the road to Hughs. I'm feeling sort of alright because Michael and I are okay now. I don't know why I made all that fuss the other day. No, That's a lie. I do know why. It's because I am an idiot. Mr. Compton, my unintelligible imbecile of a maths teacher, decides for one lesson only that we need to work in pairs with people we do not usually sit with. This is how I end up sitting next to Ben Hope in Wednesday's Period 1 math lesson. We exchange pleasantries and then sit in silence while Compton begins to explain the trapezium rule in the most complicated way imaginable. Ben does not have a pencil case. He carries a pen and a small ruler in his breast pocket. He has also forgotten his textbook. I feel that this may have been deliberate. Halfway through, Compton leaves to photocopy some sheets and does not return for some time. To my dismay, Ben decides he needs to talk to me.
Hey,
he says.
How's Charlie doing?
I turn my head slowly to the left. Surprisingly, he looks genuinely concerned. Truth, lie. Not too bad. Ben nods.
Yeah, okay.
Charlie said you used to be friends or something. His eyes open very wide.
Yeah, I guess, but like, everyone knows Charlie, you know?
Yeah, everyone knows. You don't stay off school for 3 months without everyone finding out why. Yeah. The silence between us returns. The rest of our class are chattering, and it's nearly the end of the lesson. Has Compton been eaten by the photocopier? I suddenly find myself talking. Talking first. This is pretty rare. Everyone loves Charlie at Troom, I say. Don't they? Ben begins to tap his pen on the table. A weirdly nervous grin spreads across his face.
Well, I wouldn't say everyone exactly.
He scoffs. I frown at him, and then he quickly covers himself with.
No, I mean, like, people can't be liked by everyone, right?
I clear my throat. I guess not.
I don't know him anymore, really,
he says. Yeah, okay. Usually people like Charlie, nice people, are forgotten. Usually the popular people are the loudest and funniest, the ones with the opinions, with the outfits, with the big smiles and crushing hugs. Nice people are vulnerable because they do not know how to be mean. They do not know how to put themselves at the top. And you would think that it would be someone like Nick who is at the top at Troom. Loud, attractive, house captain, rugby player. But no. It's Charlie. What I'm trying to say is that Charlie is a nice person, and despite everything I've just explained, everybody seems to love him. And I think that is a modern miracle. 22. Lunch, common room. I am staring into my reflection in the smudgy black computer screen with my head in my hands. Not because I'm particularly stressed or anything. This is just a very comfortable sitting position.
Hello,
says Lucas, smiling and sitting in the chair next to me. I look up at him. He doesn't look so embarrassed today, which is colossal progress. Why so cheerful? I ask. He shrugs.
Why not?
I roll my eyes, faking sarcasm. I don't like your attitude. He stares at me for a minute or so. I take out my phone and scroll through my blog feed. Then he says,
Hey, what are you up to on Saturday?
Nothing, I guess.
We should do something.
We should?
Yeah.
Now he's embarrassed.
I mean, if you want.
Like what? He shakes his head.
I don't know, just chill somewhere.
I force myself to think very carefully about this. I could try, for once. I could try to be a legitimately nice human being. I said I'd go to this thing in the evening, but I'm free in the day. He lights up.
Great. What do you want to do?
I don't know. It was your idea.
Oh, yeah. Well, you could come round mine if you want. Just watch movies.
Is Evelyn all right with that? Yup. I went there. He sort of laughs, like I'm joking.
What?
Evelyn. My voice starts to fail. Are you not... You and Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Right. Cool. Just checking.
What are you guys talking about?
Becky calls over to us. We both spin around in our chairs.
You look like you're talking about something interesting. I want gossip. Spill.
I put my legs up on Lucas's lap, because I just can't be asked to be reserved right now. Obviously we're flirting. God, Becky. For a second, Becky thinks I'm serious. It's a truly triumphant moment. Later, I pass Michael in the corridor. He stops and points directly at me.
You!
He says. Me, I say. We speedily transfer our conversation to a stairwell.
Are you free on Saturday?
He asks. He's got one of his stupid mugs of tea again. He's actually spilt some on his white shirt. I'm about to say yes, but then I remember. No. I said me and Lucas would do something. Sorry.
Ah, don't worry.
He sips his tea.
You're not allowed to ditch the solitaire meetup, though.
Oh?
You forgot, didn't you?
I'm surprised you remembered.
Well, everyone's been talking about it.
They have. We look at each other. Do I have to go? I say. You are aware that I literally don't give a single fuck about solitaire.
I am aware.
He says, which means yes, I do have to go. The horde of lower schoolgirls thundering up the stairs behind us is slowly thinning. I need to get to English.
Anyway.
He says.
Yes, get to mine Saturday evening, when you and Lucas have finished canoodling.
He moves his eyebrows up and down. I slowly shake my head. I don't think I've ever heard anyone use that word in real life.
Well then,
he says.
I'm glad I've made your day that bit more special.
23. In my younger years, every day after school I used to walk down the road and meet Charlie outside Truham. We'd then either ride the bus home or we would walk. Despite it only being a 10-minute bus journey, I would have to put my iPod on near full volume. I knew that I would be deaf by the time I was 20, but if I had to listen to these kids every single day, I don't think I'd make it to 20. I don't think I'd make it to 17. Still, despite my 2-year-long bus boycott, I started getting the bus again on Wednesday to keep Charlie company, and it hasn't been too bad so far. We've had a good chance to talk about stuff. I don't mind talking with Charlie. Anyway, it's Friday today, and Michael has decided that he's coming home with me, which is sort of nice to tell you the truth. Nick is waiting for me outside Truham. Nick always looks particularly dashing in his tie and blazer. The rugby patch above his school crest reflects a little sunlight. He is wearing sunglasses, Ray-Bans. He sees Michael and me approach. Nick nods, hands in pockets, Adidas bag strapped across his chest. All right, I say. Nick studies Michael.
Michael Holden?
He says. Michael has his hands held behind his back.
You're Nick Nelson.
I see Nick's initial uncertainty ease at Michael's uncharacteristically normal reaction.
Yep, yeah. I remember you. From Truham. You're infamous, man.
Yes, yeah. I'm awesome.
Rad.
Michael smiles.
Nicholas Nelson. You have a really excellent name.
Nick laughs in that warm way of his, almost as if he and Michael have been friends for years.
I know, right?
Flocks of Truham boys saw past us, running for inexplicable reasons, while the traffic on the road is unmoving. A group of Year 10 Higgs girls cozy up to a group of Year 10 Truham boys against the gate several metres away from us. There are at least 3 couples within the group. God. I scratch my forehead, feeling agitated. Where's Charlie? Nick raises his eyebrows and turns back toward Truham.
He's the only guy in his class who cares about classics. So he's probably been dragged into a long conversation with Rogers about, like, Greek proverbs or something.
Tori!
I twirl around. Becky is dodging traffic and skipping my way, her purple locks flailing behind her. When she arrives, she says,
Ben said he had to go to Truham to get something from last year, coursework or something, so I'm just going to wait with you guys. I don't want to stand by myself like a Larry.
I smile. It's starting to become really difficult to do that sometimes around Becky. But I make the effort and force it. Michael and Nick are both staring at her with empty expressions that I can't read.
What are you all doing here?
We're waiting for Charlie, I say.
Oh, yeah.
Shall we just go in and find him?
Nick suggests.
He's being majorly slow.
But none of us moves.
It's like we're in Waiting for Godot,
murmurs Michael. I've heard of the play, but I haven't got any idea what Michael is talking about. And as if things could not get any more awkward, Lucas appears out of nowhere. Nick raises his arms.
Lucas, mate,
They embrace in a manly sort of hug, but Lucas just looks silly. They proceed to exchange pleasantries, and each of them uses the word mate and man far too many times, resulting in Michael snorting,
"Oh my god!"
much too loudly. Fortunately, Lucas and Nick appear not to hear. I chuckle faintly.
"What are you all doing here?"
asks Lucas, deliberately pretending not to see Michael.
Waiting for Charlie,
Ben, says Nick and Becky.
"Why don't you just go look for them? I've got to go inside too, to pick up my art GCSE coursework."
That's what Ben's doing,
says Becky. At the repeated mention of Ben, Nick seems to frown at Becky, but I might just be imagining it.
"Well, let's go then,"
he says, and pushes his sunglasses further up his nose.
"We can't,"
whispers Michael, oozing sarcasm, so quiet that only I hear.
"Why not? We're waiting for Charlie." Ah!
He might be quoting, but I haven't read or seen Waiting for Godot, so it's lost on me. Nick turns on the spot and walks into the school. Becky follows immediately, then the rest of us. I remember instantly why I chose not to go to this school for sixth form. The boys who pass us are more than strangers. I feel trapped. As we enter the main building, the walls seem to creep higher and higher, and the light bars are dim and flashing, and I experience a brief flashback of the back of Michael's head, leading me toward the Truant maths classrooms last year. Every so often we pass these rusty old radiators, none of which appear to be emitting any heat. I start to shiver.
God, it's like an abandoned mental asylum, isn't it?
Michael is on my left.
I'd forgotten what it's like here. It's as if they built it out of misery.
We wind through corridors that appear to materialize in front of our feet. Michael starts whistling. Truant boys give us a lot of funny looks, particularly Michael. One group of older boys shout,
"Oi, Michael Holden! Wanker!"
and Michael spins on the spot and produces a strong double thumbs up in their direction. We pass through a set of double doors and find ourselves in a large maze of lockers, not unlike our own Higgs locker room. It seems empty at first, until we hear a voice.
"What the fuck did you say to them?"
All 5 of us freeze. The voice continues.
"Because I don't remember saying that you could spread lies about me to your retard sister."
Whoever else is there murmurs something inaudible. I already know who it is. I think everyone already knows who it is. I spot Becky's face. I haven't seen that expression on her for a very long time.
Do not make me laugh. I bet you couldn't wait to run and tell someone. Everyone knows you're just an attention-seeking prick. Everyone knows you're doing it for the attention. And you're telling your sister lies about us so she can spread that shit around. You think you're so much better than everyone because you don't eat, and now you're back at school. And even though you haven't even looked at me since you hooked up with that rugby gay, you think you can spread shit about me that isn't even fucking true?
I don't know what you think you've heard,
says Charlie, louder now.
But I literally haven't told anyone. Anyway, I seriously can't believe you're still terrified of people finding out.
There is a sharp smack and a crash. I start running toward the voices before I realize what I'm doing, and I turn a corner of a locker row, and Charlie is crumpled on the floor. Ben Hope is in some kind of rage, just hitting Charlie's face, and there's blood, and Nick tackles Ben in his side, and the pair topple down the row and into the wall at the end, and I'm kneeling down by Charlie, and I'm holding my hands up to his face, not daring to touch him, but his eyes are barely open, and I think I'm shaking, and everything seems a bit, I don't know, and Nick is screaming,
"I'll kill you!"
over and over, and then Michael and Lucas are dragging Nick away, and I'm still just sort of sitting there with my little brother, with my shaking hands, wishing I hadn't woken up this morning, I hadn't woken up yesterday, I hadn't ever woken up.
"That dick deserves it!"
Ben shouts, panting.
"He's a fucking liar!"
"He didn't even say anything to me," I say, calm at first. Then I'm screaming it. "He didn't even say anything to me!" Everyone is silent. Ben is breathing heavily. What I thought was attractive about him has now died and been cremated. Michael kneels down with me, leaving Nick in the care of Lucas. He clicks his fingers lightly next to Charlie's ear. Charlie stirs and his eyes open.
"Do you know my name?"
asks Michael. Not Michael anymore. Someone entirely different. Someone serious. Someone all-knowing. After a pause, Charlie croaks,
Michael Holden.
Then he grins manically.
Holden. funny.
Something changes in Nick, and in one swift movement he's down on the floor with us. He takes Charlie into his arms.
Do we need to take him to hospital? What hurt?
Charlie lifts his hand, waves a finger at his face, then drops it.
I think I'm fine.
Maybe he's concussed?
Says Nick.
I don't want to go to the hospital,
says Charlie firmly. His eyes are focused. I look around. Becky appears to have vanished, and Ben is struggling to his feet, and Lucas doesn't seem to know what to do with himself. Charlie stands up surprisingly quickly. He wipes away a smear of blood. He'll have a bruise, but at least his nose is still straight. He looks at Ben. Ben looks back. And that's when I see it in Ben's eyes. Fear.
I'm not going to tell,
says Charlie.
Because I'm not a dick like you.
Ben snorts, but Charlie ignores it.
But I think that you should at least try and be honest with yourself. Even if you can't be honest with everyone else, it's just sad, you know?
Get away from me.
Ben snarls, but his voice wobbles, sort of like he's on the verge of tears.
Just fuck off with your boyfriend, for fuck's sake.
Nick very nearly lunges for a second time, but I see him fight to stop himself. Ben catches my eye as we leave. I stare at him, and his expression changes from hatred to what I hope might be regret. I doubt it. I want to be sick. I try to think of something to say to him, but nothing summarizes it. I hope I'm making him want to die. Someone places a hand around my arm, and I turn my head.
Come on, Tori,
says Lucas. So I do. On the way out, Lucas with a hand on my back, Nick and Michael supporting Charlie, who's still a bit wobbly. We pass Becky, who has for some reason pushed herself to the end of another locker row. We lock eyes. I know she's going to break up with Ben. She has to break up with Ben. She must have heard everything. She's my best friend. Charlie is my brother. I don't understand what has happened.
Should we feel sorry for Ben?
Someone asks. Maybe Michael. Why are there no happy people? Someone else asks. Maybe me. 24. Someone calls me on my mobile at 9:04 a.m, but I'm in bed. My phone is more than an arm's length away, so I just let it ring on. At 9:15 a.m, someone rings the house phone and Charlie comes into my room, but I keep my eyes closed and pretend I'm still asleep and Charlie goes away. My bed whispers at me to stay. My curtains bar out daytime. At 2:34 p.m, Dad throws my door open and huffs and mutters, and I suddenly feel sick. So after another 5 minutes I go downstairs and sit on the sofa in the living room. Mum comes in to get some washing.
Are you going to get dressed?
She asks. No, Mum. I'm never going to get dressed ever again. I'm going to live in my pyjamas until my death. She doesn't say anything. She leaves. Dad comes into the living room.
Alive, then?
I say nothing, because I do not feel alive. Dad sits next to me.
Are you going to tell me what's wrong?
No, I am not.
You know, if you want to be happier, you have to try. You have to put in the effort. Your problem is that you don't try.
I do try. I have tried. I have tried for 16 years. Where's Charlie? I ask.
Round next.
Dad shakes his head.
Still can't believe Charlie got himself hit in the face with a cricket bat. That kid really does attract misfortune.
I do not say anything.
Are you going to go out today?
No.
Why not? What about Michael? You could spend the day with him again.
I do not reply, and Dad looks at me.
What about Becky? Haven't seen her around here for quite a while.
I do not reply again. He sighs and rolls his eyes.
Teenagers,
he says, as if the mere state of being a teenager explains every single thing about me. And then he leaves, huffing and puffing and sighing. I sit under my duvet on my bed, a diet lemonade in one hand and my phone in the other. I find Michael's number in my contact and press the green button. I don't know why I'm calling him. I think it might be Dad's fault. It goes straight to voicemail. I drop the phone on my bed and roll over so I'm completely buried by the covers. Of course I can't expect him to just show up any old time. He has a life, after all. He has a family and coursework and stuff. His entire existence doesn't revolve around mine. I'm a narcissist. I rummage around the sheets and eventually locate my laptop. I flip it up. If ever in doubt of anything, my first port of call is always Google. And I am certainly in doubt. About everything. I type Michael Holden into the search bar and press enter. Michael Holden isn't an overly uncommon name. Lots of other Michael Holdens show up, particularly MySpace pages. Since when was MySpace still a thing? Lots of Twitters also show up, but I can't find my Michael Holden's Twitter. He doesn't seem to be the sort of guy who would have Twitter. I sigh and close my laptop. At least I tried. And then, as if I'd summoned him with the closing of my laptop, my phone begins to ring. I pick it up. Michael Holden's name glares on the screen. With a kind of enthusiasm entirely unknown to me, I press the green button. Hello?
Tori, what's up?
It seems to take me longer than necessary to say something in reply. Not a lot. Behind Michael's voice, the low chatter of a crowd can be heard. Where are you? I ask. What's happening? This time, it is he who pauses.
Oh, yeah, I didn't tell you, did I? I'm at the rink.
Oh, do you have practice or something?
No. It's, I've got a sort of competition today.
A competition?
Yeah.
What competition? He pauses again.
It's kind of... It's the National Youth Speed Skating Semi-Finals.
My stomach gives up.
Look, I've got to go. I promise I'll call you when it's finished, yeah? And then I'll see you tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, talk later.
He hangs up the phone. I remove it from my ear and stare at it. National Youth Speed Skating Semi-Finals. That's not some stupid local competition. That's important. That's what he was going to invite me to today, but I said no. I said I was hanging out with Lucas, and then decided to avoid him anyway. Without further hesitation, I leap out of bed. I park Charlie's bike outside the rink. It's 4:32 p.m. and dark. I've probably missed it. I don't know why I even tried, but I did. How long are speed skate races? Why didn't Michael tell me about this before? I run. Yes, actually run. Through the empty foyer and the double doors into the stadium. A scattering of supporters fills the stadium seating around the rink, and to my right, psyched up skaters sit on benches. Some of them could be 16. Some could be 25. I'm not good at judging boys' ages. I walk closer to the plastic casing of the rink and make my way around until I find the gate where the casing isn't so high. I stare over. There is a race going on. For a moment I don't know where I'm looking, or who I'm looking for, because they all look exactly the same in these ridiculous suits that are like cat suits with rounded helmets. 8 guys blast past me, and the rush of air tears at my face and my hair that I definitely forgot to sort out before I left the house, and they lean round the corners of the rink so close to the ice, brushing it with their fingertips. I don't understand how they don't just fall over. When they pass me the second time, that's when I see him. He turns his head, showing me his bulbous eyes behind large goggles and a ridiculously concrete expression. The eyes find me, and his body turns, his hair swept backward, and his face, beyond surprised, stay parallel to mine. I know instantly that something has changed. He stares. At me, maybe. His whole face expands. It illuminates, and all else seems to fade into fog. And I place a hand against the plastic casing and everything inside me rushes to my feet. I'm not sure if he really sees me. I don't cheer. I just stand there. He pulls out in front. The crowd screams, but then some other blur of boy flies from the group, and he's reached Michael, and he's past Michael, and I realise that the race is over, and Michael has come second. I back away from the ring and shelter myself slightly behind the stands as skaters make their way to the gate. Older men in tracksuits greet the boys, and one of them pats Michael on the back. But something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Something about Michael is wrong. He's not Michael Holden. He's removed his skates and goggles. He takes off his helmet and gloves and drops them onto the floor. His face contorts into a kind of scrunched-up snarl. His fist curls so his skin drains of colour, and he storms past the man and trumps over to the benches. He reaches a row of lockers and looks into them, blankly, chest visibly expanding and contracting. With an almost terrifying malice, he throws a crazed punch at the lockers, wailing a subdued howl of rage. Turning, he hurls a kick at a pile of racing helmets, scattering them about the floor. He clutches his hair as if trying to pull it out. I've never seen Michael like this. I know I shouldn't be surprised. I haven't even known Michael for 3 weeks, but my perception of people rarely changes. And when they do, it's never this drastic. It's weird how you see someone who smiles all the time, and you assume that they are happy all the time. It's weird how someone is nice to you and you assume that they are a wholly good person. I didn't think Michael could be so serious about something, or so angry. It's like watching your dad cry. What scares me the most, though, is that absolutely no person in this entire swarm of human beings seems to notice. So I barge my way toward him. I'm furious. I hate all these people for not caring. I'm hurling them out of the way as I walk, Michael Holden never leaving my eyesight. I reach him, breaking out of the crowd, and watch as he begins to manically attack some piece of paper that he had in his pocket. For several seconds I don't really know what to do about it, but then I find myself saying, "Yes, Michael Holden! Tear that fucking paper!" He drops everything, spins around and points directly at me. The anger softens into sadness.
"Tori,"
he says, but I don't hear it. I only see his mouth form the words. He's wearing a catsuit, and he's quite red, and his hair is slick with sweat, and his eyes are spinning in an electrified fury. But it's him. Neither of us really knows what to say. "You came in second," I blurt eventually, pointlessly. "That's amazing." His expression, passive, sad, so odd, doesn't change. He retrieves his glasses from his pocket and puts them on.
"I didn't win,"
he says.
"I didn't qualify."
He looks away. I think he's welling up a little.
"I didn't think you were actually here,"
he says.
"I thought I'd imagined you."
A pause.
"That's the first time you've called me Michael Holden."
His chest is still moving quickly up and down. He looks older somehow, in the spandex suit, and taller. The suit is mostly red with some orange and black areas. He has a whole life that I don't know about in this suit. Hundreds of hours on the ice, training, entering competitions, testing his stamina, trying to eat right. I don't know about any of that. I want to know. I open my mouth and close it several times. "Do you get angry a lot?" I say.
"I'm always angry,"
he says. Pause.
"Usually other things override it, but I'm always angry. And sometimes..."
His eyes drift vaguely to the right.
"Sometimes..."
The crowd buzzes, and I hate them even more.
"What happened to you and Lucas?"
he asks. I think about the phone calls that I'd been asleep for. "Oh, yeah, no, that's not... No, I didn't feel very well."
"Oh,"
he says. "You know, I don't actually like Lucas. Like that," I say.
"Okay,"
he says. We are silent for several long moments. Something in his face changes. It looks a bit like hope, but I can't really tell.
"Aren't you going to criticize me?"
he asks.
"Tell me that it's just a skating competition? That it doesn't mean anything?"
I ponder this. No. It meant something. He smiles. I would say that he looks like the original Michael again, but he doesn't. There's something new in the smile.
Happiness,
he says,
is the price of profound thought.
Who's that a quote from? I ask. He winks.
Me.
And I am alone again in this crowd. And I feel an odd feeling. It's not happiness. I know that it's brilliant that he came in second in a national qualifier. But all I can think about is how Michael is just as good at lying as I am. 25. We fail to find out whose house it is, but the third house from the river bridge really is right on the river. The broad garden slopes into the water, which slaps persistently at the dirt. There is an old canoe tied to a tree that hasn't been used for probably centuries. And over the river you can see right across the flat countryside. The fields, darkened under the night, blend into the horizon, as if unsure themselves quite where the earth stops and the sky begins. This meet-up is not a meet-up. It is a house party. What had I been expecting? I had been expecting chairs, nibbles, a speaker, perhaps a PowerPoint presentation. The evening is cold and it keeps trying to snow. I desperately want to be in my bed, and my stomach is all tight and tense. I hate parties. I always have, I always will. It's not even for the right reasons. I hate them, and I hate people who go to them. I have no justification. I'm just ridiculous. We walk past the smokers and into the open door. It's about 10 p.m. Music pounds. Clearly no one lives in this house. It's entirely bare of furniture, save for a couple of deck chairs set up in the living room and out on the garden patio, and I'm aware of a kind of neutral colour scheme. The only thing giving this house any life at all is the impressive collection of artworks on the wall. There isn't any food, but there are bottles and colourful shot glasses everywhere. People are milling around in corridors and rooms, lots of them smoking cigarettes, lots of them smoking weed, very few of them sitting. Many of the girls I recognise from Hughs, though Michael does not suspect that any of these casual partygoers are the masterminds behind Solitaire. There are other kids I don't recognise. Some must be 20, if not older. It makes me feel sort of nervous, to tell you the truth. I don't know why I'm here. I actually see the Year 11 girl from Becky's, the one who came as Doctor Who. She's by herself, like last time, and she looks a bit lost. She's walking very slowly along the corridor, without a drink, peering sadly at this painting of a wet cobbled street with red umbrellas and warm cafe windows. I wonder what she's thinking. I imagine it's somewhat similar to what I'm thinking. She doesn't see me. The first people we find are Becky and Lauren. I should have guessed that they would come, seeing as they attend all the parties in this town. And I really should have guessed that I'd find them smashed. Becky points at us with the hand that's not clasping a bottle.
Oh my god, it's Tori and Michael, you guys!
She whacks Lauren repeatedly on the arm.
Lauren! It's Holden.
Lauren frowns.
I thought we'd agree on Mori or Taiko.
She sighs.
Man, your names just aren't good enough. Like, they don't work. They don't work like Klein or Romani or Destiel or Mertha.
They both giggle uncontrollably. I start to feel even more nervous. I didn't think you guys would be interested in Solitaire. Becky waves the bottle, shrugging and rolling her eyes around.
Hey, a party's a party's a party. I don't know, it's some guy, but it's Solitaire. We've infiltrated Solitaire.
She brings a finger up to her mouth. Shh. She drinks from the bottle.
Listen. Do you know what song this is? We cannot work it out.
It smells like Teen Spirit. Nirvana.
Oh, right, yeah. Oh my god, I thought it was that. It does not say the song title in the lyrics.
I look at Lauren, who's gazing around her in awed wonder. You are right, Lauren. She comes back to earth and cackles at me.
Isn't this party sick?
She raises her arms in an I don't know gesture.
It's snowing hot, guys, and the drinks are free.
That's great for you, I say, the will to be a nice person slowly drifting away. She pretends not to hear me and they walk off laughing at nothing. Michael and I circle the party. It's not like in films or Channel 14 dramas, where everything slows down and turns slow-mo, lights flashing, people jumping up and down with pointed hands raised. Nothing like that in real life. People are just standing around. Michael talks to a lot of people. He asks everyone about Solitaire. We run into Rita, hanging quietly with a group of girls from my year. She sees me and waves, which means I have to say hello to her.
Hey!
She says as I walk over.
How's Charlie? Heard there was a fight or something. At Hope, wasn't it?
Not much stays private in a town like this, so it's hardly surprising that everyone knows. It wasn't a fight, I say very quickly, and then clear my throat. Yeah, he's all right. Bruised, but all right. Rita nods understandingly.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm glad it's not hurt too badly.
After that, Michael and I end up caught inside a circle of Year 13s in the kitchen. Michael claims that he's never spoken to any of them.
No one knows. No one knows who made it.
One girl says. She has a very tight skirt on and a lot of unattractive red lipstick.
There are rumours it's some dealer from the estate, or, a teacher who got sacked and wants revenge.
Stick around.
Interrupts a guy wearing a snapback bearing the word jock.
Keep checking the blog, innit? I've heard things are gonna get well good when they put up the next post later.
There's a pause. I look down at the newspapered floor, which isn't doing much to protect the house from the already numerous alcohol spillages. There is a headline on one sheet that reads 27 dead, and a picture of a burning building.
Why?
Says Michael.
Why's that?
But the guy just blinks like a fish and asks,
Hey, why aren't you drinking?
I decide to be a normal person and find something proper to drink. Michael disappears for a long time, so I pick up this big old bottle from somewhere and sit alone outside on a deck chair, feeling like a middle-aged alcoholic husband. It's gone 11 and everyone's drunk. Whoever's DJing relocates to the garden, and after a while it's unclear whether I'm in some small-town garden or a reading festival. I spot Nick and Charlie through the living room window, kissing in a corner like it's their last day on Earth. Despite Charlie's bruised face, I guess they look romantic, like they really are in love. I get up and go inside to look for Michael, but whatever this stuff is that's in the bottle, it's kind of strong. So next thing I know, I've lost all sense of time, space, and reality, and I have no idea what I'm doing. I find myself in the hallway again, in front of that painting of the wet cobbled street with red umbrellas and warm cafe windows. I can't stop looking at it. I force myself to turn around and spot Lucas at the other end of the corridor. I'm not sure whether he sees me, but he quickly disappears into another room. I wander away and get lost in the house. Red umbrellas, warm cafe windows. Michael grabs me out of nowhere. He pulls me away from wherever the hell I was. The kitchen, maybe. Lost in a sea of boy London hats and chinos. And we start to walk through the house. I don't know where we're going, but I don't try to stop him. I'm not sure why. As we're walking, I keep looking at his hand wrapped around my wrist. Maybe it's because I've had stuff to drink, or maybe it's because I'm really cold, or maybe it's because I sort of missed him while he'd been gone. But whatever it is, I keep thinking about how nice it feels to have his hand around my wrist. Not in some weird perverted way. His hand is just so big compared to mine, and so warm. In the way his fingers are curled around my wrist, it's like they were always supposed to do that. Like they're matching pieces in a jigsaw. I don't know. What am I talking about? Eventually, when we're outside and in the crowd of manic dancers, he slows and does a spin in the mud. It's sort of weird when he gazes at me. Again, I blame the drink, but it's different. He looks so nice, standing there, hair kind of swishing in the wrong direction, and the firelight reflecting in his glasses. I think he can tell I've had a bit to drink.
Will you dance with me?
He shouts over the screams. I inexplicably start to cough. He rolls his eyes at me and chuckles. I start thinking about proms and weddings, and for a few seconds I actually forget that we're just in some garden where the ground looks like shit and the people are all dressed in near identical outfits. He removes his hand from my wrist and uses it to flatten his hair. And then he stares at me for what feels like a whole year. I wonder what he sees. Without warning, he grabs both my wrists and literally kneels at my feet.
Please dance with me,
he says.
I know that dancing is awkward and outdated, and I know that you don't like doing stuff like that, and if I'm honest, neither do I. And I know that the night isn't going to last very long, and soon everyone will just go home back to their laptops and their empty beds, and we'll probably be alone tomorrow, and we all have to go to school on Monday. But I just think that if you tried it, dancing, you might feel for a few minutes that all of these people, none of it is really too bad.
I look down and meet his eyes. I start to laugh before kneeling down too, and then I do something really weird. Once I'm on my knees, I can't really help it. I kind of fall forward into him and fling my arms around him. Yes, I say into his ear. So he puts his arms around my waist, lifts us both to our feet, and resumes pulling me through the adolescent expanses. We reach the centre of the crowd clustered around the DJ. He puts his hand on my shoulders. Our faces are centimetres apart. It's so loud he has to scream.
Yes, Tori! They're playing the Smiths! They're playing the beautiful Smiths, Tori!
The Smiths are a band of the internet. More specifically, and unfortunately, a band that many people listen to simply because Morrissey has a vintage, self-deprecating coolness that everyone seems to crave. If the internet were an actual country, There Is a Light That Never Goes Out would be its national anthem. I feel myself slightly step backward. Do you have a blog? For a second, he's confused. Then he just smiles and shakes his head.
Jesus, Tori! Do I have to have a blog to like the Smiths? Is that the rule now?
And this is the moment, I guess, when I decide that I can't care less about anything else tonight. I can't care less about blogs, or the internet, or films, or what people are wearing, and yes, I am going to have fun. I am going to have a good time. I am going to be with my one and only friend, Michael Holden, and we are going to dance until we can't even breathe, and we have to go home and face our empty beds. So when we start jumping up and down, smiling so ridiculously, looking at each other, and at the sky, and not really at anything, Morrissey singing something about shyness, I really don't think things could be so bad after all. 26. At 12:16 a.m., I go inside, because if I don't pee, I think my bladder will erupt. Everyone is waiting for Solitaire's blog post, which, according to recent rumour, will be published at 12:30 a.m. People are sitting, phones in their hands. I find the bathroom, and when I leave it, I see Lucas alone in a corner, texting. He sees me staring and jumps up, but rather than walking toward me, he quickly exits, like he's trying to avoid me. I follow him into the living room, intending to apologize for forgetting about hanging out with him today, but he doesn't see me. I watch as he wanders up to Evelyn. She is wearing these hooped earrings, chunky heels, leggings with upside-down crosses on them, and a fox fur coat. Her messy hair is piled on the top of her head. Lucas, similarly, is in tonight's hipster get-up. A loose Joy Division t-shirt with the sleeves rolled, too tight jeans and desert boots. Lucas says something to her, and she nods back at him. That's it. I've decided. Despite what Lucas said, they are definitely a couple. I go back outside. It has finally started to snow. Properly. The music's over, but everyone's skipping around, screaming, trying to catch flakes in their mouths. I look out at the scene. The flakes float on the water and dissolve, joining with the river as it sails past me toward the sea. I love snow. Snow can make anything beautiful. It's then that I see Becky again. She is with a guy up against a tree, and I know that she's definitely still drunk because they're not even kissing romantically. I'm about to turn away, but then they move around a little, and I see who the guy is. It's Ben Hope. I don't know how long I stand there, but at some point he opens his eyes and sees me. Becky looks too. She giggles and then she realizes. I got a drink on my way out, but it's spilt on the snow now and my hand is just cupping the air. They recoil from me and then Ben hurries past me and into the house. Becky stays by the tree. She raises her eyebrows at me when I reach her and says,
"What?"
I wish I were dead. My hands clench and unclench. She laughs.
What, for God's sake?
Becky has betrayed me anyway. Because she doesn't care. Everything I thought about you, I say, is wrong.
What are you talking about?
Am I hallucinating this?
Are you drunk?
You are a nasty bitch, I say. I think I'm shouting, but I can't really tell. I'm only 70% sure I'm saying any of this out loud. I used to think that you were just forgetful, but now I have solid proof that you just don't care.
What?
Don't try acting like you don't know what you've just done. Grow a backbone. Go on, try and defend yourself. I'm literally dying to hear your justification. Are you going to tell me that I don't understand? Becky's eyes begin to fill up with tears, as if she's actually upset.
I'm not.
That's it, isn't it? I'm your naive little friend whose sad little life makes you feel better about yourself. Well, you're absolutely spot on there. I haven't got a single clue about anything. But you know what I do know? I know when someone's being a nasty bitch. Go ahead and cry your stupid little crocodile tears if you want to. You don't fucking care at all, do you? Becky's voice is sober now, if a little wobbly, and she begins to shout at me.
What, you're the one being a nasty bitch? Jesus Christ, just calm down.
I pause. This is bad. I need to stop. I can't. I'm sorry. Do you have any comprehension of the level of betrayal you have just committed? Do you have any concept of friendship? I didn't think it was possible for someone to be that selfish, but clearly I've been wrong all this time. I think I'm crying. You've killed me. You've literally killed me.
Calm down. Oh my God, Tori.
You have solidly proven that everyone and everything is shit. Well done, Gold Star. Please delete yourself from my life. And that is it. I am gone. I am gone. I guess everyone is like this. Smiles, hugs, years together, holidays, late-night confessions, tears, phone calls, 1,000,000 words. They don't mean anything. Becky doesn't care. No one cares. The snowfall is blurring my vision, or maybe it's the tears. I stumble back to the house, and just as I enter, people start screaming and holding their phones above their heads. I can't stop crying, but I manage to get out my phone and find the Solitaire page. And there is a post. 0030 23 January. Solitarians, we would like you to collaborate on our latest venture. At our meet-up tonight there is a Hughs Year 12 named Ben Hope, who has deliberately injured a Truham Year 11. Ben Hope is a known homophobe and a bully, who hides behind the facade of popularity. We hope that you will join Solitaire in preventing such acts of violence in the future by giving him exactly what he deserves. Act accordingly. Protect the unprotected. Justice is everything. Patience kills. "27. There is a tornado of people around me, screaming in all directions, and I can't go anywhere. After several minutes of pandemonium, the flow steadily softens into one direction rather than a whirlpool, and I am torn out of the house in the current. Everyone is in the garden. Someone cries out, 'Karma, motherfucker!' Is this karma? 2 boys hold Ben Hope, while several others hurl punches and kicks at him. Blood splatters onto the snow, and the spectacle gets wild cheers every time a hit is made. Only a few meters away, Nick and Charlie are standing in the crowd. Nick's arm around Charlie. Both of their expressions unreadable. Charlie steps forward as if he's about to intervene, but Nick pulls him back. They exchange a look and then turn away from the show. They walk out of the crowd and disappear. I couldn't stick up for Charlie, and now Solitaire is doing my job for me. I've never been able to do my job properly, I suppose. Then again, maybe this isn't about Charlie. I think back to what Michael said to me in Café Rivière. Oh God. Maybe it is about me. I laugh, tears still falling, so hard that my stomach aches. Silly, silly thought, silly me, selfish, nothing is ever about me! Another hit. The crowd shrieks with joy, waving their drinks in the air, like they're at a concert, like they're happy. Nobody is trying to help. Nobody. Nobody. I don't know what to do. If this were a film, I would be there. I would be the hero stopping this false justice. But this isn't a film. I am not the hero. I start to panic. I turn back into the crowd and break out through the other side. My eyes won't focus. Sirens start to blare, distant in the town. Ambulance, police, justice is everything, patience kills. Michael out of nowhere grabs me by the shoulder. He's not looking at me. He's looking at the scene, just like the rest of the crowd. Watching, but doing nothing, not caring. I throw his hands off me, muttering crazily. This is what we are. Solitaire. We could just... They'll kill him. You think you've met bad people, and then you meet people who are worse. They're doing nothing, they're not... We're just as bad. We're just as bad for doing nothing. We don't care. We don't care that they could kill him.
Tori.
Michael takes hold of my shoulders again, but I step backward and his arms drop.
I'll take you home.
I don't want you to take me home.
I'm your friend, Tori. This is what we do.
I don't have any friends. You're not my friend. Stop pretending that you fucking care. Before he can argue, I'm gone. I'm running. I'm out of the house. I'm out of the garden. I'm out of the world. The giants and demons are rising and I'm chasing them. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be sick. Am I hallucinating this? I am not the hero. It's funny because it's true. I begin to laugh. Or maybe I'm crying. Maybe I don't care anymore. Maybe I'm going to pass out. Maybe I'm going to die when I'm 27.